morning. This is the time and place set for the regular monthly meeting of the Royal Oak Planning Commission. Bumped up an hour early today, but I'm going to call the meeting to order. Looks like we have a quorum. I'd like to start with Commissioner Douglas. Can you introduce yourself for the record?
Yeah, Charlene Douglas, City Commissioner.
Joseph Murphy, Director of Planning.
Aaron Leo, City Attorney.
Woody Gantino.
Paul Curtis.
Thank you, and I'm Gary Casada. I'm the chairperson. First order of business is to approve the minutes for the May 10th meeting. If the commissioners had a chance to look at this, if they have questions, comments, or a motion on the meeting minutes for last month, May 10th.
I will move to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote to approve the minutes from the May 10th meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. The minutes are approved. Before I go another step, does any of the commissioners here wish to add anything to the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, just want to check on that. All right, now is the time for public comment on non-agenda items. We have an agenda of several items today. If you want to speak on something that is not on our agenda, now is the time to come forward. If you'd like, please come forward, introduce yourself, and you got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take 3 minutes. My name is Arvind Reddy. I live at 618 South Pleasant. And I just wanted to, this is probably unnecessary, but I know you're going to be interviewing the consultants in the next session. So I just wanted to ask that you ask them how they think in the master plan revisions we can ensure that Royal Oak is a city that people of all income levels can live in, and that you take their answers into consideration when deciding who to choose. That's all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on a non-agenda item tonight? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment and we'll move to the first order of new business, which is a public hearing on the special land use permit and site plan, SB 220609. And this, I believe, is for the Maury. And Mr. Murphy, give us a preview.
Mm-hmm. During the onset of COVID, the City Commission pivoted, as we all know, to allow businesses to operate in light of social distancing. And so many businesses, including the Maury, operated differently than their normal business operations. The Maury did have outdoor seating for the last 2 summers, and that was done under a temporary use permit that was issued by the Community Development Department. Those permits have expired based on some action that the City Commission has taken recently, and any business that wants to operate in the same capacity as they did during the temporary measures needs to go through an appropriate approval process. And so the Maury is here tonight in order to seek site plan and special land use approval in order to have outdoor seating associated with their liquor license. And the City Commission must still review and approve this amendment to their liquor license plan of operation. But since they are an existing establishment with an existing liquor license, the Planning Commission does have the ability to act on the site plan and special land use tonight. They're looking to, I'll bring up on the screen their site plan, which illustrates that they're looking to have 30 tables with seating for about 120 people. They don't require any off-site parking since they are in the central business zoning district, the downtown. And the Planning Commission, it's appropriate for the Planning Commission to look at things like screening or audio controls, any measures that you think are necessary in order to allow them to have an outdoor setting. The one thing I will note is that they are proposing to move the existing barrier-free parking spaces that they have to another segment of their parking lot in order to continue to provide barrier-free parking for their clients. And some of that parking lot, the portion along the alley, those spaces will remain available, but you can see on the site plan that they've outlined an area, and they'd be proposing to have an aluminum planter screener wall to contain that outdoor seating area. And we did receive one written comment with regard to this request, and that's included at the end of the report, and that's from their neighbor across the alley of the school.
Okay, that's in our report?
I know.
Oh, here it is.
Yes, it was posted in the late afternoon.
All right, thank you. All right, I just want to make clear, we have a two-step process here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Staff will, I'm sure. We're talking about a special land use. First issue is whether or not this should be permitted under the criteria that we have for special land use. And then the next question, should that be approved, is the site plan, which includes things like the screening.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a comment in the staff report. I just want to clarify that the outdoor cafe on the sidewalk, which is mentioned in this report, is not part of our consideration because that is a license that is with the city because they're on the right of way in that area, correct?
Yes, correct. So the zoning ordinance, specifically this being a special land use, relates to activities that occur on their private property. You are correct in that anything that occurs within the city's public right-of-way is governed specifically by a license agreement that they would enter into with the city commission.
All right, okay, this is entirely on their property. So, all right, are there any questions for staff from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we'll ask the petitioner to come forward with your team, introduce yourselves, and make a presentation.
Sure. Good evening, and thank you. My name is Scott McDonald. I'm legal counsel to the applicant. I'm also handling the state process to get this outdoor service area approved, and I'll be representing the applicant in front of the city commission and handling the amended plan of operation. And I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
All right, well, there's a set of criteria. Do you wish to speak to any of those?
I guess I would say that the applicant is one of the few restaurants in the downtown area that's blessed to have a pretty liberally sized parking area, and they had the opportunity over the last 2 summers with the COVID temporary area to really sort of put a plan to test, which proved to be quite valuable and a great amenity that the customers really appreciated, and so they seek a permanent approval. The architect has worked very hard to ensure continuity with the existing building. The aluminum railing that's been proposed rather, is consistent and is the same as the aluminum railing that borders the other outdoor service area on the public sidewalk. As Mr. Murphy mentioned, the barrier-free parking has been preserved. There's the 2 spots over there, again, this really worked out pretty famously, not only for the business but also for its customers over the past couple of summers. There was no complaints, even to our knowledge, with respect to noise or anything of that nature. So with that, I think that's just the overview. Mr. Murphy actually gave a very, very comprehensive overview himself. So if there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, are there questions from any of the commissioners for the petitioner regarding the special land use? Okay, I have a couple, because I'm sorry that I've been to the morgue before, but I haven't been to the outdoor part. Is the plan that you have an your operational approach is part of our consideration? Is your petition today to implement a similar operation that you had during COVID?
Yes, consistent with it's a slight expansion. There's some more tables out there, but the applicant feels that they're well equipped to handle it. This applicant, by the way, has a wonderful track record operationally. They don't have a single MLCC violation to their name, which is a rarity, quite honestly.
What is that?
Liquor Control Commission. Yeah, so operationally, their security, their protocols for protecting the customers and in the neighborhood is really pretty exemplary.
So is this, I noticed I went by there and you don't leave the tables apparently out in between. You're not open every night. Correct.
Correct.
So when you're not, as we sit here today, when you're not open, you bring the tables in, do I understand?
Yeah, I may defer. With me tonight is Aaron Bellin, the owner of the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Bellin, could you maybe address that question?
I'm looking for maybe the differences between how you might operate. If you take the tables in now, are you going to do that
So-
in the future?
Right now, I was instructed not to put anything on the parking lot based on having to go back through this process, but the last 2 summers, we left them there, obviously, because we don't have any storage. No basement in the building.
Okay, so the tables would be left out, and this will be a year-round?
No. I mean, we'll only be operating during the climates that allow us to serve outside. We're not going to enclose anything. We're just proposing doing what we've been doing for the last 2 years.
Okay, I would be interested to know, since you've got the experience with it, one of the issues is, of course, vermin. We're worried about that. And what is your process that you've done over the last 2 years, and how will you go forward to make sure that with this activity out here, there won't be food left out on the surfaces and things like that?
So just to reiterate, I bought the property 7.5 years ago. I've operated that location for 6.5, and we have every step in place to make sure we don't contribute to any issue like that at all. We have the pest people, we have the bug people. My management team is well versed. I'm personally OCD, so I can relate to what you're saying. We don't have any of those issues, and we regularly get the trash emptied, which is on site in the approved area.
Regularly, just so I know,
A couple times a week. I mean, we pulled back because of COVID, staffing issues, I think everything you're reading about over the last couple of years, but we never had a complaint with rodents in the parking lot.
All right. Are you aware of the letter we just got from the church, St. Paul, raising the issue about having trouble with parking, cooperation with parking?
Totally unaware of that. Prior to COVID, we actually leased the parking lot from them for many, many years with the valet company, but due to COVID, nobody wanted to have somebody valet their car, so that turned into a whole issue. To the best of my knowledge, we have no issues with them. When we're open, they're not open, and they have very few people that park in the parking lots.
Okay, well,
So that's news to me.
yeah, we did get a letter. I just saw it myself. You might want to look at it and see what they're talking about.
Sure.
Any other questions for the petitioners?
In terms of,
Mr. Curtis?
oh, thank you, Eric. I know you guys do live music. Is there any intention to have music outdoors with this extra space?
So we wouldn't have a full band outdoors, but we, like during brunch, I don't know if you're familiar with what we were doing the last 2 years for brunch, but we'll have like a little like guitar and acoustic, family-friendly situation, and everybody seems to like that. And we don't have any issues with our neighbors.
Yeah, it's kind of a noise issue. But when you have more of a band, that's indoors, right?
You're correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, that's going to follow up on that question, because I don't know, but you've had music outside during the pandemic. Is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get any complaints from any of the neighbors?
No.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the petitioner? Okay. Any questions for Ms. Murphy? Okay. Mr. Curtis?
I just heard verbally seating for 120, and my note says maximum 100 seats. Is it max 100 seats, is your understanding? That's what I see on the drawings.
I think whatever we submitted, Kevin Vidison, our architect, went through the channels, and we have all the bathrooms, and we have whatever the requirements are, that's what we submitted.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right. Okay. We'll bring it back to the side table. If somebody has further questions, that's fine. If you want to discuss this among yourselves, it's fine. If you want to make a motion, that is also fine. And again, this is for the special land use. Site plan comes next.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request, the special land use request.
Is there a second?
Support.
Seconded by Mr. Klooster. All right, is there discussion? Commissioner Douglas.
Sidewalk cafes and any street dining adds so much to the vitality of a downtown. I think this is a great addition. I think it adds life to that part of Main Street. Mr. Bullum has an exemplary record as a restaurateur in our city. I can't imagine what possible negatives could come from this, and I will support the motion.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none. Oh, yes?
No. Need to have a public hearing.
Oh, we need to have
I
a
stepped
public hearing.
out, so I didn't know. So
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, public hearing on special land use, sorry. Why don't you just have a seat there, and if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on the special land use petition that we just heard, please come forward at this time. All right, that was short because I don't see anybody, but thank you. Thank you. All right, so getting back to the this side of the table, we've had a motion and a second to approve the special land use as requested. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. I will once again call for a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, all opposed say nay. Hearing none. Motion passes. Congratulations, special land use has received approval. And now we're going to talk about the site plan. Mr. Murphy, is there anything else to add regarding the site plan?
I don't have anything further unless any of the board members, planning commission members have any questions.
I think my question will be for the petitioner, so, all right. Can the petitioners...
Could I ask,
Yes. Oh, yes,
Joseph, do
absolutely.
we know, where does the social district end on the south end? I'm just not off the top of my head aware.
It ends further south.
It's
than
further
this,
south
but
than
I
that.
don't recall the exact.
Well, I know this is close to the railroad tracks, and so just want to make sure everybody's safe as they're having a nice time in our town, so I was curious where that ends. Does it extend down south of the railroad tracks to the Big Elora and so forth?
I do believe so, but I don't know for certain.
Yeah.
If you'd like, I can look and see if I can find it.
I'd be curious if you wouldn't mind. Thanks.
I'm just Googling it.
Yeah, good, thanks. Google faster than I do, I'm sure. Oh,
It goes down to Lincoln.
okay, goes to Lincoln, thank you.
That's what we discovered. It goes down to Lincoln. Okay, for the record. All right. Where were we? Oh, site plan. All right. I think that it's time to bring the petitioners back up for questions regarding the site plan, if you will.
Thank you.
All right. Do any of the commissioners have questions? Mr. Cantina.
So I guess just more of a clarifying question. So the existing parking lot that's to remain, if I'm clear, the only access for patrons to use that would be via the alley, is that correct?
For the last 2 years, that's what we've been doing.
Yep. And then do you, so the letter that we received expressed some concern regarding employees of your establishment as well as patrons parking on their property. Seeing how that alley is the access for your parking, it's also partially the access for the adjacent parking lot. Do you, I guess, is there anything that you can consider doing to either with signage or other things to make it more clear to anyone going through that public alley, because I realize it's a public alley, to make it clear to them that where your parking spots are versus where other property owners' parking spaces may be?
Since this is new to me, I'm just going to have my team reach out to the church. We've had a great rapport with them. I think they've had a lot of turnover, and their hours have been affected by COVID. But we're not open when they're open, frankly. There's very little activity there, so it's kind of surprising to me that we haven't had an issue with that. So I'll just go ahead and reach out and make sure everything's good.
Yeah, I would encourage that. They've obviously expressed a concern, and I think it would be,
I would just reiterate,
best interest to
for
reach out.
years and years and years, we had a lease with them. It ended due to the COVID situation where no one wanted to valet because of COVID. And I'm sure, it's probably not ideal for them because they enjoyed leasing the property to us. But
All right, other questions? Okay, I got a couple questions. The site plan is a little skeletal. It doesn't, you've got everything on here, but it really doesn't show what it looks like. If I understand correctly, you've got planters that you're going to put across the driveway. Those are going to be temporary because in the winter, I guess you're going to take those away.
correct.
Okay, and these are going to be made of what material?
So due to like the supply chain issue, my architect and designer Kevin Biddison is still playing with that, but whatever he submitted aesthetically, I would tell you that's what it's going to be. I think we're just trying to pin down on exactly what it is because of supply chain issues, but our goal would be to have like a wall there so it's a clear barrier. I think for the last 2 years having those 3 planters and the rope, I think everybody is accustomed to what it is, but we'll like beef it up.
Okay, and of course you've got, what, is that a 36-inch wall there along the road on either side of the opening, or at least on the south side of the opening?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a planter, so it's going to have plants in it, yes?
Yeah.
And then on the south side, you have a fence that's a grate of some type. Are you going to add any screening to that border?
I think our plan was to do that.
Okay, do you know what you're going to put there?
Once again, I would just reiterate that we're still pinning down exactly what the material is, but it will be more substantial. It will match the aesthetics of the place, and like everything I do, I like to do it first class.
I understand that there's going to be a fence on the west side of the seating area because you're going to block off for people to go in the main door there, and you don't want you have a controlled access point there, if I understand. What kind of fence is that? Do you know, or is that still also to be determined?
To be determined, but the fence that's there is just the existing one that's been there forever, in between the church's lot and my lot.
I mean along you've got on your site plan, it indicates that there's a fence with a gate, and that gate will open up to the west.
So I don't want, like, once again.
It is still in design. That's okay. I'm asking.
I would tell you that it's still in design, but we'll spruce it up. It will look, it'll look great. It'll be sturdy. It will provide, clear visuals that, don't drive in here.
Okay. Well,
Minus
and then
handicap.
you've got planters along the east side as well. I assume those are going to match the planters across the driveway. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there going to be any structures like a tent or a trellis or anything like that? It's not on the site plan. If you have
Not
it.
right now because the costs are so out of control. I just wanted to come in and just do what we've been doing for the last 2 years because it's been working, and I think that a lot of our more COVID concerned guests really enjoy the opportunity to sit outside and have the parking lot. I get approached all the time to sell the parking lot for development ground up, and I'm not going to do that. And this is the reason why.
Do you use umbrellas with the tables? I'm just wondering how
We
much you
do.
for sound
We do.
control.
We do.
Okay. Since you're not going to, one of the things that's on the staff report is, if you have intention to put anything out there that's a structure or heating elements, that those should be shown on the plan. Do you have any intention to do that, or since you're not going to use this in the winter, maybe you don't?
We're not going to put any 110 power heaters. Right now it's just propane, which we've had for the last 2 years, which we have on the patio that faces Main Street.
Okay, and
the
on the
cafe.
cafe you have.
Excuse me, the cafe, exactly. But we're not putting any permanent heat in.
Okay. All right. I do ask about the materials. I know you've got a good architect there, Mr. Biddison. I'm hoping that the materials will be natural materials. And I'm hoping that the planters, if they're not Cortan, they'll look like they would be Cortan.
It will look better than it looks now, if that means anything.
All right. All right. Those are my questions. Does anybody, Mr. Klooster?
Yes, so you've had outdoor dining in the sidewalk on Main Street. Would the intent be that the fencing, the proposed fencing for the cafe space would match that, the black post aluminum
Ideally, it
fencing?
would, but once again, supply chain issues.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Gantino?
So this is maybe a question for Mr. Murphy. So the existing screen wall that is on the west side, that sort of flanks north and south of the existing curb cut, on the site plan it says existing screen wall to be removed as required. Will there be a requirement for them to remove that screen wall, or can that remain?
Are you referring to the,
You got it in
Yes.
your note.
here?
Right.
This one.
I don't want to interrupt, but your note, the planner, the staff report says take that off because it's going to be left.
Sorry?
The staff report says take that off your drawing because it's going to be left.
Oh, I missed that on the staff report, so that
Yes.
answers my question. Thank you.
You're not proposing to remove the screening wall. The note is that you are, so the note should just be removed from whatever gets approved by the planning commission.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right. Other questions for the petitioner regarding the site plan? All right. There's no public hearing on the site plan, so is there further discussion between the commissioners or questions for Mr. Murphy or a motion? Mr. Klooster?
I will make a motion to approve the site plan with the listed contingencies 1 through 9.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Mr. Cantina seconds. Is there further discussion on the issue? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Also, again, we'll do this a voice vote. All in favor of approving the site plan according to the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Congratulations. Site plan is approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. All right. Next on the, whoops, I went too far. Next on the agenda, we have a site plan to install a tent with off-street parking on an off-street parking lot. This is at 411 East 11 Mile, and this is SP 220610. Mr. Murphy, tell us all about it.
Similarly, in light of operating under social distancing measures during COVID, the church had obtained a temporary COVID use permit to install a large tent to the east of their main congregate building in a parking lot area. And those temporary COVID permits were recently have expired, and the petitioner wants to operate in the same manner on a seasonal basis. So they're coming in front of you for approval. They have not provided a floor plan. Perhaps they can elaborate on how they intend to, how they may want to utilize the space for outdoor worship. But this site, this proposal does eliminate access to some parking spaces, but they do have a very large parking lot to the north of their congregate building. And by placing the tent in this parking area, it doesn't eliminate any required, or rather it doesn't place them below the minimum required amount of parking that they need. They do have some barrier-free parking spaces in this location. They have a large amount of barrier-free parking spaces, so the placement of this tent would prohibit the access to those parking spaces, but they do have additional barrier-free parking spaces in other locations, so that's not a reduction in the number of barrier-free parking spaces. It does not place them in violation of anything with regard to that. They did provide a brief. They provided a site plan and a brief overview of what the tent may look like. I think it would be wise to have a conversation with them with regard to how they intend on utilizing that space, flexibility associated with it.
All right, we'll certainly get to that. Are there questions for Mr. Murphy? Okay, I have a couple questions. First of all, this is just out of curiosity, if they're creating an outdoor space under a tent, does that count as floor area? Does that square footage then get factored into the parking calculation?
It doesn't. By the ordinance standard, we are required to calculate their minimum amount of parking based on the main congregate area within the building. So the main worship space. They do own the building to the east, which they can describe further, but it's my understanding they use as more of a social hall, and that wouldn't be things like social halls or educational classrooms, lobbies. Those items would not be counted toward the minimum required parking for a religious institution.
Okay. Did this petitioner have a tent up in the past for COVID?
Yes, they did.
Did
Yes.
they have it here?
Yes, they had it in this exact location.
Okay, and they've taken it down because the permit's expired.
The permit is valid for 180 days, and obviously they were not using it in the winter, so they did remove it. They can answer to when it was most recently in place, but it hasn't been there for this warm weather season yet.
Okay, well, here's my last question before we move on. So this tent is, for all appearances, something of a temporary structure, but because this is not COVID, it's not a permit, it's not a license, it's a site plan approval. So is that to say that if we approve this, like the church on Woodward that wanted a greenhouse, so this can stay there forever?
Under the Planning Commission's approval, yes. That is probably not the best way to describe it based on the building code and their ability to only issue, under the state building code requirements to what I've been informed of, the maximum amount of time associated with a temporary structure, such as a tent, is 180 days. I don't know the time frame when that 180 days elapses, how much longer someone has to, we'll say, wait before they come in and get another building permit, and that 180 days starts, the clock starts ticking again. I'm not familiar with that. But a temporary measure, and we have a resident architect that may be able to answer that question.
Mr. Klooster.
No, I can't answer that question. I have a question just confirming that the site plan alone does not give them permission to put up the tent. They would also need a building permit for the tent.
Yes, correct. And if they were running any electrical to it or anything else, they would need associated permits with that as well.
Okay.
But your approval should be specific in if you determine, they're indicating on their site plan that they provided that they're only looking for approval from May through September. Now they've listed last year, but that's their time frame. We can have a discussion with them. If you grant them approval, you can limit it to certain times, or you can give them the ability to have it whenever they so choose.
Okay. All right. You sort of answered my question, and we will have a further discussion on that. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Murphy before we move forward? Okay. I will ask the petitioner to come forward, introduce yourself, and is the petitioner here? There they are. Okay. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposal here.
I'm George Tesser. I'm on the leadership team and the treasurer at the church. This is Jacob Mangum.
Jacob Mangum, engineer. My skills on the site plan.
So basically, we want to put the tent up to give some of us, like me, our elder people, to be able, who have not been in the church, we get together and we used it maybe 6, 7 times, a few Sundays during the summer, a few kid activities and sort of that. I did send, I don't know if you want to look at it, I did send Mr. Hedges a copy of a sort of a format of a couple options. Do you want to look at these? There's several different ways you can set up the tent, but this is the 2 main ones that we used last year. This one there.
Thank you.
Sure. They probably eliminate that a little bit.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
And so last year we put it up, I think it was about June something, and we took it down in October because we don't want it up during the bad weather. And our last main church function was probably in September. We basically used it on Sundays. We had a couple of services out there, a couple of classes out there, social time out there. We bring out the tables or the chairs, and then when we're done, we put them back. So nothing's left out there during the week. So there's no electricity, no lights, none of that. Just the tent to get under.
For a cover, it's a cover.
Cover, yeah.
All right, but it is a temporary structure, right?
Yeah, it's a tent. We're not
Yeah.
going to leave
Okay.
it up because it's
And
too expensive. Those get damaged.
Is it rented?
Pardon?
Is it rented?
No, we purchased it last year through Celine Tent. It's a very expensive tent, a good tent, a frame tent, not a post tent. And I made sure I was able to get when I purchased it, I checked and they said we could have the permit to put it up last year, and so we did.
That's helpful.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
I have
Okay.
a couple pictures if you'd like to look at it when we had it up last year.
Well, we're seeing it right now there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a picture just from the other view.
Okay, and so you also have the ability to put sides on it if it's raining or something.
Yeah, it's got signs completely around, but when it's bad weather, we don't use it because our people don't want to be in it when it's raining out and stuff.
I completely understand, and I'm just I don't think we've had such a request the whole time I've been on the planning commission, so it's a little bit odd, but that's fine. I understand 100% what you're doing and why you're doing it, and appreciate it. Any questions for the petitioner, Mr. Gantina?
So as your proposal indicates, the year is a little bit off, but is the intent to use it essentially May through September? Beyond that time
to the
period?
summer months, yeah.
Okay. And then I guess the other question that I have is, if I'm understanding the way things were explained correctly, if we were to give approval tonight, you would then subsequently need to still go through the building permit process to actually erect the tent. That would be good for 120 days to have that temporary structure up, or whatever, 180 days, whatever the time frame was. If you intend to use this sort of for a more longer term use, meaning in 2023, perhaps 24, we don't really know how long this pandemic will go on. Are you prepared for the fact that you will have to come before the planning commission or get new building permits every season that you want to use this time?
I would have to discuss that with our church board. I don't know if they would want to do it. I know we paid, it cost us over $5,000 for the tent, and we used it last year. And it was a great benefit to our congregation because people that wouldn't come into church, we'd be able to meet out there, and still we want to use it that year. So we already have the tent. I'm not sure we want to keep doing the cost factor if we have to go through this process every year, but that would be up to them to decide after this year if they have to do it again. Because I didn't realize we'd have to do it again either till I got to this meeting here. Because they said you have to go through this planning commission. The law has changed, And that's all explained to me, and you have to give the site planning, which we have done, because when we just put it up, we're not really building anything, it's just, it goes up. There's no electric, there's nothing like that attached to it, so.
So you do understand that any approvals would be for a temporary period, it's a temporary structure,
Yeah.
but I understand the long-term decision-making.
I mean, we could be in the process that, you know, before with the city, we've had smaller tents, like 10 by 30s and stuff, 3 or 4 of them we would put up for event, take down for the weekend. But we do several little events with the church, putting it up every other week is just too much work, because it takes about 2 to 3 hours to put it up.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the petitioner? All right. Seeing none, is there a motion or further discussion? I'm actually looking for a motion.
Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Evans.
Yes, I'll move approval of the site plan with the 6 contingencies as submitted.
Is there a second?
Support.
Support by Mr. Klooster. All right. So the motion is to approve the site plan with the listed contingencies in the staff report. Is there further discussion? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Once again, I'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. All right. Next order of new business is a sign variance. This is SB 22-06-03. This is 1708 Crooks Road, a Marathon Station. Mr. Murphy.
The petitioner is looking to reface their existing sign that's on Crooks Road, and on the screen you'll see a photograph that depicts that existing freestanding sign. It's 22 feet in height, and the the sign ordinance allows for, in this particular sign area, which is sign area number 2, it allows for one freestanding sign that can be no more than 16 feet in height, and again, this sign is 22 feet in height. The existing total sign area is 87 square feet. The product price sign is 38 square feet, and as you can see, there's a message center for manually changing out, which they do on an often basis, to a lot of people's chagrin with their sayings. That's 18 square feet.
And an amusement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The maximum allowable square footage for the sign area in this district is 42 square feet. So the freestanding sign there is non-conforming in terms of its height and its sign area, and they're looking to reface it and have the panels replaced. They're unable to do that without a variance from you tonight, so they're here seeking a variance in order to accomplish that.
Other questions for Mr. Murphy? I have one, if nobody else does. My question is, so on a sign like this, you've got the logo sign. Because they're a gas station, they have the price signs, and they have the third element, which is the changing sign. So those things, the fact that it's a gas station, they have something that most signs don't have, which is the pricing. Is that counted separately, or is it all counted together in the sign area?
It's counted they're counted collectively towards that maximum of 42 square feet.
So if we were to go to other gas stations in the area and see conforming signs, they're going to have everything on the sign, the prices and their logo has to fit on the sign.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Murphy? Okay, let's call up the petitioner. If you're here, yes. Please introduce yourself and tell us why you want this relief.
My name is Jennifer Glover. I'm here representing the owners for the Marathon Gas Station and Aver Sign Company. This sign has been in place for 50 years or more.
How many?
50
Okay.
or more. I grew up in the area, so I vividly remember this station. Anyway, so it's been there for many years. Our customer would like to just replace the faces on it. Marathon and all the gas stations have what they call a brand standard. It's a specific logo, color scheme, and signage that goes along with that brand. Each station that has a contract with whatever brand has to follow the brand standard. It is time for this station to have their brands, their faces changed. And the reason that we're asking for a face change and not to take that sign down, again, it's been there for 50 years, it would cost our customer thousands to replace the sign rather than a reasonable amount of money to just redo the faces. I don't feel that it has hindered or caused any kind of quality problems or trouble in the neighborhood because, again, it's been there for 50 years. If you go and look at the reviews for that station, their community around there rallies around them. They all very much love the people that work there, the messages that they put up on their signage, and they've been there for so long. It's just part of that community now.
Can I make a point?
Yes.
Several months ago, the property owner they are proposing to do some modifications to the site, and they went to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they obtained approvals because it's a non-conforming use in this particular zoning district. They needed approvals from the Zoning Board of Appeals to essentially take down the fuel pumps that you see on the right-hand side of your screen and the canopy, and replace those fuel pumps and add one more and make a larger canopy. And they needed a slew of variance requests with regard to the curb cuts and the location, the size of those, the size of a variety of things. And they did obtain all of those approvals. They recently submitted for building permits to install the new canopy. I'll presume that this request is associated with the overall renovations to the site that were recently approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you for that information. So I'm going to follow up with that for the petitioners. So there's I forgot what you call it there. It's a branding update that they do, right?
Yes.
And do you know, since we just heard that there have been other, I mean, the signs on the site as they are now are not really that many. In fact, there isn't even a sign on the building. I went out to the site. They don't put they do have some window signs, but they're not obnoxious. Are we going to have many more signs that show up when you do the renovation? Do you know?
I can't imagine there would be. Another company has followed through with the canopy, the signage on the canopy. We're hired to do just the ground sign or pole sign. I don't have any other or further scope of work for that station. They are investing quite a bit of money to upgrade and make it look a lot nicer.
Okay.
And we want to follow that.
Similar rendering as to what that.
Okay, let's hold on. Why don't you go up to the podium, introduce yourself, and you can offer your. Go ahead.
My name is Darren Zimlick. I'm with the petroleum company that has serviced this station for over 40 years now. And although I didn't print it out in color for you, I did bring a picture of Marathon's new image. And this eventually would be done at every store. But because it's going to have a new canopy and everything, they wanted to make it, obviously, they would go with the new image, the new standard image.
I wouldn't mind to see that. Is that something you can provide?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not any more signage. In fact, it's a little less. As you can see from right now, it has Marathon up on two sides right there. And the new image there has more of just the logo as opposed to the wording up on the canopy. So it probably would reduce the wording aspect of it. Not on the sign, but on the canopy itself. But we're referring to the sign. So the sign is the same. It's a little different M, but as you can see, it would.
All right. How about the building itself? The building itself right now doesn't have a sign. Is it the intent to add signage to the building?
No, all we're seeking is to replace that flat sign which is inside the poles, with another end, just like the one that's on that paper there.
All right. All right. Any questions for this petitioner, Mr. Klooster?
So actually, my question is not for the petitioner. Mr. Murphy, you mentioned that this is a non-conforming use in this zoning district. Does that also mean that if it was, like, let's say it was in a district where it was a conforming use, would the signage ordinance be different?
No, to the best of my recollection of the sign ordinance, it would be the same standard.
Thank you.
All right. Additional questions for the petitioner?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas.
So I see that the existing sign is up on concrete blocks.
Footing,
Is that common?
yes, it is very. In order to have a sign that tall, you have to have footings that can bear the wind and the weight load. And footings like that are very common in signs that are that high.
If it were a shorter sign, would you need those footings?
We would yes, we would continue to reuse the footings. We would not place new footings for a smaller sign.
Okay, thanks.
One other thing I'd like to add on the height of the sign. I'm not sure if you're aware, but when the bank or the credit union rebuilt there, they were asked to put in a lot of new trees, and as they're getting bigger, obviously trees get bigger, the sign is getting harder to see already. So if you're at 12 in Crooks, for instance, and coming south, the sign's getting harder and harder to see. That really obstructs your view, and I think the station does pretty well on its own just by its name and its current customers. But obviously the sign's there for a reason. You're trying to draw as much traffic in as you can, and if we were to shorten it, it would be completely blocked out by the trees and the credit union. Well,
All right, you're planning on adding pumps.
there will be, it was redesigned and it was approved to add a pump.
Okay, I got a question here. I'm looking at this picture, and the picture that you just gave me does not reflect that sign in that picture or in the petition here. This seems to add a different style of support.
This is just a draw up of a proposed new image. It's not the site itself.
Okay, so this is the model, but you're not going to change the look of this sign other than the sign face is what you're proposing.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, what you're looking at right now is the current brand for Marathon. The M is a little slightly different than what we submitted. It has changed since.
Yeah, I'm looking at this
Yes.
photograph that you gave us has a different sign face, has a different style of support holding it up. That's what I'm
that's
wondering
just
about.
a model. That's a model and a marketing tool. What they've submitted is what they're asking for.
Correct. Our poles, they'd be scraped and painted to,
Okay.
go along with the new faces.
Excuse me. I understood the black and white photo that you provided to be an example of the new branding that Marathon is requiring of this particular station, right?
Correct.
The M is a little different, and so that's forcing this particular owner-operator to do something with their sign because they're contractually obligated to do what Marathon tells them to do. Is that what I understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
What we have on the screen there, just I'm popping off for a question. What we have on the screen is the difference there. The one on the left is existing, and the one on the right is what you're proposing. True?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. It seems like it's I don't see much of a difference in the M myself.
What I submitted does not have the new branding example that he supplied. What I have is a refaced exactly the same. The branding image is now available for us to use for renderings and permitting. So now I would resubmit the exact same rendering, but with the new M shape. And
The M was just, this was just produced last week. And we've been, on a long process trying to get it all encompassing with the canopy and everything to have it all come together. But the M itself is slightly different than the M there. I don't think the average person will notice the difference, but it has a blue
Tough to
outline.
notice, yes.
Sure.
Commissioner Douglas.
I will point out, I don't know if you realize this or not, but cities cannot regulate what a sign says, what the contents are.
That I know.
So, I mean, it's interesting to us perhaps from a marketing point of view, but irrelevant to us as planning commissioners.
Is that a hand?
No, that was, she took the words I was going to say.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask a quick question. So, one more question. Are you adding any other signs? Because I asked you about the building. You said no. You're not going to put a sign on the building. There's 2 signs here on the canopy. There's 2 signs now on the canopy. So there's not any additional signs. Is there any other plan to put any more signs on the site than the ones I just described?
no, not through my company.
Okay.
No.
No.
Commissioner Douglas.
Although I wouldn't be surprised to have them back in front of us once the new pumps are installed for changes to the branding on the pumps themselves.
Well, yeah, so if that's required, we'll be.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah.
All right. Is there further discussion, questions for Mr. Murphy, question for the petitioner, questions for each other? Well, I'm just going to discuss something here, I guess, since I'm waiting for a motion. This is kind of a difficult thing, maybe for me, maybe not for everybody else. The code would suggest and mandate that we're trying to bring signs into conformance. And here we have some renovations going on to this property. It seems like a good time to bring this sign into conformance. And it will cost the petitioner more money. On the other hand, we're not supposed to give too much weight to that economic hardship. But this change is so minor, I can hardly tell the difference other than where it says regular cash and regular credit. And I don't even know why the petitioner is asking to change it, because it looks exactly like the other one. So on the one hand, if we deny it and they have to leave the sign like that, I don't think it's any detriment. On the other hand, to make them change the sign for such a minor thing, there is a weighing. One of the provisions in what we're supposed to review is a weighing between the hardship and the public good. I'm not sure it's a little bit tough call for me, so I'm looking for a motion. Mr. Cantina.
Well, before I make a motion, I just have sort of a concurring comment in the sense that, yes, we get so few bites at the apple to make non-conforming uses conforming. But in this particular instance, as the Chair Casada stated, the changes being requested are so minor, it's almost as if no changes are being made. I don't necessarily find what's being asked offensive or onerous in any way. So based on that, I guess I will move to approve the variances requested for this particular sign.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, second by Mr. Curtis. So we have a motion to approve the variance with the second. Is there discussion? Mr. Klooster.
While I agree with what the other commissioners have said as far as the change being borderline negligible, we have consistently at this commission asked non-conforming signs to bring their signs into conformance. So in keeping with that consistency, I am not able to support this motion.
Mr. Leal.
Thank you, Chair. I have a clarification question. Is the motion to approve incorporate both variance requests? Because there's two. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, that my motion would be to include both the variance requested for the height of the sign and the square footage.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, well, I'm going to have a little discussion here since I don't see anybody else's hands up. Okay, we're going through the issues. Clearly, this property could accommodate a conforming sign. Almost nobody can ever overcome that. But it's not, they don't have to hit every single one. These are just things that we have to look at and make findings of fact. Are there unique and exceptional circumstances? Well, not really. Is a sign requested, would it alter the neighborhood? Absolutely not. It's been there for 50 years, and even if you made it smaller, it's still going to be very similar in nature and look, and 6 feet does make a difference, and the sign, surface area will make a difference, but it's not going to change the character of the neighborhood. Is there something that's hardship more than just inconvenience or monetary concerns? No, not really. Certainly, the alleged hardship has not been created by the petitioner because it's 50 years old. It's been there, and it's F that is the one that I was speaking of. What are the public benefits here? The public benefits, you're going to have a smaller gas station sign, and the individual hardship will be we're going to make them spend $1,000 more money to chop this sign down and probably have to redesign it. That could happen. And then the last one, would a lesser relaxation give substantial relief? Well, I think that this is, I doubt it. If we asked them to make it slightly smaller, same thing. You either have to leave it there or make it conforming. So that's why I had a little bit of a hard time with this. It seems like they're improving the property, and it's such a small change for this. But on the other hand, and I'm just confusing everybody. On the other hand, here's your opportunity for both Marathon and the city to bring this into conformance, and there'll be a slight improvement. So those are my thoughts. Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I will not be supporting the motion, and I will take exception to the chair's assertion about point D, that the alleged hardships and practical difficulties which will result from a failure to grant the variance include substantially more than mere inconvenience or monetary concern. It strikes me that they are facing an inconvenience or monetary concern, but that isn't sufficient according to the ordinance.
Yeah, that's what I said. They didn't meet that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And we as a sign board have been extremely consistent over the past few years in bringing signs into compliance. As Mr. Gontina said, you get one bite of the apple here, and if you don't do that now, this 50-year-old sign is going to be up there for another 50 years. And so for that reason and for the reason in terms of the conditions here, I will be voting against the motion.
All right, thank you. Further, Mr. Curtis.
I don't expect I'll be here for all 50 of those years, but I hope to have some more years of chuckles thanks to the square footage of this sign.
Yeah, for the record, I buy gas at this station all the time. Love the sign.
And may I add that the monetary value is, as you said, it's not, I guess it's not part of the criteria, but it's more than 1,000. It would probably be between 15 and 20,000.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there further discussion here? And we're not going to do a voice vote this time. We're going to do a roll call. So any further discussion? All right, if we're ready for a vote, I guess I will start with Commissioner Douglas.
No.
Mr. Cantina.
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
No.
Mr. Curtis.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to vote yes. So your variance is granted, and good luck to you. You're improving the property.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thanks.
everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, that concludes the agenda for the regular meeting, and now at 7:05 p.m. Ready? All right, we'll reconvene the work session. Good evening. I don't know if you want us to introduce ourselves. If that's necessary, we should, I suppose. We'll introduce ourselves. Shar?
City Commissioner Charlene Douglas.
Joseph Murphy, Director of Planning.
Aaron Liao, City Attorney.
Good evening, Woody Gantina.
Eric Klooster.
Paul Curtis, like the sign says.
And I'm Gary Casada. I'm the chairperson. Welcome. Thank you for coming. We look forward to your presentation. You guys can give us your presentation. Make sure you give us enough time to ask your questions.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for inviting us. We're actually very excited. I love Royal Oak. I grew up nearby, actually, as it turns out. So we have a little bit of a presentation, not much, because we know that you all have done your research. You've really gone through everything with a fine comb, and so we look forward to giving you as much time for questions as possible. So from our team, my name is Matthew Lambert. In terms of the team overall, I'm sort of your fearless leader in charge of everything. And in the way that DPZ works, we have a partner who's in charge of every project and who's embedded in all the aspects of all the work, who leads all the writing, who leads all the work that the team does, who leads the sub-consultants. And so that's my role in all of this. I've been with DPZ for about 20 some years now. Seems a lot longer than you'd think. So with me from DPZ is?
Yes, good evening. My name is Sinan Antonio. I'm also one of the partners at DPZ. So when a project is very important, we put two partners on it. And I also have family in Michigan, so I feel very vested in this project. I have a sister who lives in Grand Rapids, and with Matt, actually, a few years ago, we co-led a project up in Muskegon. Yes, I feel close affinity to the state and to this work.
Thanks. Well, and my local knowledge, by the way, so of course, DPZ works nationally and internationally. We'll touch on that a little bit more. But I was, like many, born at Beaumont, and I grew up some of my younger childhood in Ferndale, and my mom grew up in Birmingham, and I spent a lot of time in Royal Oak as a teenager, coming back later. So very familiar with the area, care quite greatly for this community. So that's really why we want to put forth a great amount of effort and really express our care for Royal Oak and our interest in this work. With us, John from McKenna.
Thank you, Matt. We're very happy to be here tonight to talk to you about this exciting project. McKenna, of course, is familiar with Royal Oak. We're happy to be working on the Park and Recreation Plan with the city currently. Obviously, we're sort of the local representation with our office in Northville. We've had a great relationship with DPZ over the years, working on a number of projects together. We work well together. We have synergies in the way we do work. Their national and international expertise, along with our local understanding of the nuances of communities, especially in and around Royal Oak, I think are definitely an asset to the team. So we're very happy to be part of the team.
And all the technical stuff that we need about getting master plans passed and reviewed by communities, and they're on top of all of that with us and really help push forward the effort. And Sharon?
Yeah, Sharon Woods, and I have been in Michigan for 25 years. I'm actually located up in the Lansing area, so my home base is actually Langsburg. And I'm the economist on the team, so I would be your market analyst and the person that's here to make sure that the plan is founded on the economic realities of supply and demand. And I've done about 300 studies across the state of Michigan. I'm probably the go-to market analyst of choice for the MEDC, for the Michigan Department of Treasury, the Michigan Land Bank, and the Michigan Municipal League. So I've had the joy of working with all of those agencies. I also have prior experience working in the city of Royal Oak. So if you're familiar with the 2017 target market analysis, I brought, kind of an excerpt of that. But, that was housing, and I understand that this work would be expanded to include categories like commercial and retail and industrial. Those are all things we can get into later with the Q&A. Thanks.
And we'll get a little bit into, our team principles, but, the connection with us, with Sharon, has been through this sort of larger organization of experts in planning and design focused on urbanism, on cities, and helping sort of move forward, progressive planning principles in cities, reviving cities historically, helping cities sort of grow. And so, Sharon really looks at the target market analysis and her economic analysis in ways that just others in the field don't. And it's a very important synergy there. And I'm also familiar with her work with MEDC, which I've done work with MEDC and the Municipal League statewide on sort of downtowns, main streets, commercial corridors, and their growth, their zoning policies, and so forth. And so I've reviewed her work in that and worked with her, alongside these similar efforts from a sort of urbanist standpoint. Now, there's one other team member, Jacobs. They're not present today. We've worked with Jacobs a number of times in a lot of different contexts. They're really a sub to us in all the details that have to do with transportation, infrastructure, parking, but our hands are really deep in all that stuff. Not only from, say, what it is that they come up with and we come up with in terms of what we hear from residents, what we hear from you all, and the way that the plan moves forward, but also in our experience working for both municipalities and developers, we get into all these things from both sides of the table. Be it streets, be it infrastructure, be it parking. We're really conversant on both the sort of municipal side and the developer side, and so we work really closely with Jacobs on the technical details related to that.
And so, having introduced the team, we also want to spend a little bit of time elaborating on why you would choose us, why the DPZ team. And Matt had begun, and the rest of the team had begun to describe how we bring expertise that comes from around the world and around the corner. We bring a huge breadth and diverse array of toolkits and planning initiatives that DPZ ourselves have pioneered and are in wide practice today. Matt will talk about that in a little bit. Of course, we've established, I think, that in so much as we've come from different places to come before you today, we are actually a local team with Matt's history in Michigan, with my investment in the state, with my having family in the state, and of course our team members, McKenna and Land Use USA, also being based in Michigan. We, as DPZ, have worked on a number of very successful municipal master plans, each with their own specific issues, each with their own processes and ways forward. Matt will also describe that in a bit more detail. But the important thing to note is that as this public sector effort moves forward and brings in the private sector to help you implement the city master plan, the DPZ brand certainly carries a lot of weight, a lot of appeal to the private sector, and they will be, the type of developer that you want. If we're understanding your goals, as elaborated on in the RFP response, is you want the right type of plan to attract the right type of developer for true mixed-use walkable urbanism for Royal Oak.
Well, and since we had this sort of later before, since we don't have those slides, I'll just say, in terms of what he meant in terms of toolkits and so forth, it's really about asking the question, are the rules really rules that need to be there? If there's a way that, say, the city wants to be built, are there zoning rules that are in the way of the outcomes that we want, that the citizens want? Are there technical rules that are related to the way that you build streets, for example, that are actually grounded in technical reality, or are they not really, right? So we've basically built our reputation in this area out of asking those questions, saying, well, what is it that we're being asked from the people we're engaging with, from the residents, from the city leadership, and whether or not there's a real or just perceptual issue in the way, and we've built that knowledge and have really tried to share that with others. Right? It's been sharing that knowledge with others has helped a lot of other places sort of rebuild their downtowns, to reinvigorate their neighborhoods, to understand the diversity between one neighborhood and another, and housing of different types. But I think it's also important to talk about some of the work that you're doing, John, locally, and what that brings to the table.
Absolutely, thanks, Matt. And one of the most important opportunities that the city has with this project is the public engagement, is having the dialogue and the conversation with the residents of the community, the stakeholders, and that is one of our core values at McKenna. I think we demonstrated that when we proposed again and were successful in the Park and Recreation Plan, is how much we valued and how much we understand that you value that public engagement. And we carry that same emphasis on that, carrying on that conversation with the public. We know that you have a lot of different initiatives going on right now with the sustainability project, the Park and Recreation project, parking study, and other ongoing initiatives as well. So you're going to be reaching out and asking the citizens of Royal Oak to give you a lot of different input. And so we're fortunate to be involved in the Park and Recreation project so we can coordinate that conversation with at least those two projects. And we look forward to obviously developing a relationship with Judy to make sure our communications are successful and properly done, so that all the opportunities are clearly articulated. So that's definitely one thing that is important to us as we go into this project, for sure. And of course, as Matt said, having done planning and zoning work in Michigan for over 40 years, we understand the technical aspects. And more importantly than that is we understand what happens after the plans are done. We represent dozens of communities in implementing their master plans. How are you going to pay for this? How are you going to do that? How are you going to zone for that? We understand that when we're making the recommendations in terms of implementation. So we bring that local understanding of the regulatory framework and the sort of the opportunities and challenges that local governments have when it comes to implementing master plans. So
when I think you touched on the process of engagement, and that's obviously critical, very, very important in especially a master plan project and all the other projects. I think there is a key item, which is connecting those, and connecting the public engagement amongst different projects is going to be important, so that people know what each is doing, how they work together. But that's also why the way that we work is based on a charrette methodology, which is bringing people together from both the technical team, from our team, from the city, and working together with residents in a compressed timeline. Now, overall, in terms of project timeline, that compresses a lot of the work, and what we've presented in a project timeline doesn't include, say, the notice process, the adoption process, and so forth. So those sort of go beyond the project timeline. But what we tend to aim to do is have a very compressed, roughly week-long process where we do a lot of pre-engagement. It could be digital, could be in person, a combination of both. I think that's really the goal, is to do a lot of neighborhood outreach and meetings early on, survey, and bring that into, and the knowledge that we gain from that, into a process that creates visible outcomes and proposals from what we've heard, and engage with people in person during that time. to get their input and actually show that we're responding to their input in real time, making that change so that there's ownership in the process. Now, overall, the best thing to possibly do is to capitalize on the momentum that you have at that point to move forward as quickly as possible. But we're not necessarily tied to, say, the timeline. What we bring is a methodology and tools from working in a lot of different places to solve problems. We don't presume to propose what those problems are to be solved or what those vision elements are to present as goals, right? So that's what we learn in the process, engaging with you all, engaging with the residents. Then we can use our tools and our methodology to put that together into a plan. And doing that quickly is great. What that timeline is, what the sort of engagement process is, all those things we want to work with you all on determining how that should come together. Because we're flexible with how all that works. But the goal really is to engage, to not make presumptions, but to then take the direction that we hear and put that in place quickly with momentum and capitalize on that momentum. So with that, we won't waste much more time presenting because we want to give that to you all to ask questions of us. So thanks for inviting us here, and we look forward to the conversation.
All right, are there questions for DPZ from the commissioners?
Mr. Klooster.
Yes, so the city of Royal Oak has, I would say, the opportunity, whether you want to see that as a challenge or not, of having Woodward Corridor run right through our city. Can you speak to maybe some of the opportunities and challenges you see with that, maybe some of your experience working with Michigan or state-based departments of transportation and the challenges associated with that?
Yeah, well, it's interesting how Woodward, so Woodward and how it cuts through communities along its path differs wherever you are, right? And so Royal Oak is extremely unique in one sense, which is that it doesn't cut through downtown directly. However, because the way that the rail line sort of segregates the core of the neighborhoods of Royal Oak and how towards the north you span both sides of Woodward, you actually have a complex situation. In particular, when we're talking about having only one side, especially next to Huntington Woods and Berkeley, right? So some of this, I think, requires some coordination with adjacent municipalities. That's going to be key. But there's areas that you control both sides. Now, in terms of MDOT, when we were working in Birmingham on the plan there, and speaking with MDOT at the time, their opinion was that they were happy to see change, that they just didn't have the money for it, right? And so when we got into the discussion of the technical details of whether or not change could occur, they in general said, yes, change could occur. We can reduce lanes, we can reduce the size of lanes, we can make changes to the way that the street operates, and we've seen that there's been an openness to that. I think that was within the last year that there were proposals in Ferndale for those changes, right, with the bike lanes and so forth. So in terms of the state DOT, from a technical standpoint, the technical conversations is really one way that you have to excel with them, but also to have a vision for place. They also react and are now looking forward to that sort of change. But you have a very complex situation. So I don't think we'd say what the solution is, because I think you have a number of different solutions along the way, but it's absolutely important to tame Woodward to make it work for the community. And I think it's just very varied. It's an interesting project to take on, and with MDOT we've had some discussions on these very issues, not only in Birmingham but also elsewhere in the state.
Mr. Gantino.
So we recently approved our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, which is obviously something that we're very proud of as a city. Can you talk to us a little bit about other cities that you've worked with that have also adopted similar plans? Because in our instance, the intent of the document was to help serve as a guiding document for all future planning activities within the city. So can you touch a little bit about on other cities that you've worked with, and perhaps any challenges that you've come across in terms of integrating a sustainability plan like that into master planning activities?
I think for the most part, most places haven't gone so far forward in their sustainability plans. Some have. I was recently speaking with some folks in Rochester, Minnesota, who were very far ahead in their sustainability plan. And what we were looking at with, say, the master from an approach to a master plan standpoint, is to say how does the plan and the structure of urbanism, the differentiation between different land uses, how does that implement aspects of the sustainability plan? Because it operates differently in those different places. Now, in some places, like in Birmingham, we were ahead of that, right? So we said we need to embed these elements in the master plan because there's not a sustainability plan. In this instance, we would take the lead from the sustainability plan, but use the lens of neighborhoods of different scales, downtowns and neighborhood nodes as a means of embedding that. Now, I don't think in terms of, say, a community master plan, there's been that many that we've worked with that have a strong sustainability plan ahead of time. Normally, we've been coming in with the sustainability elements as we do the master planning, right? However, from a master plan standpoint, the goal really is to build upon the plans that you have and coordinate them from a land use perspective. And I think that's pretty the consistent manner there.
And also the toolkit that we bring that conceivably could allow that could facilitate that is the foundation of form-based planning and design, specifically the rural to urban transit that DPZ developed, to be able to, as Matt had alluded to, identify specific place types or settlement types or patterns, urban patterns, for which every category would have or would be key to the overall sustainability. We would find the seams and the connections between your current sustainability plan and through using that toolkit, the Transect, being able to translate that and integrate that into the overall city master plan. And also we operate also on the basis of the scale of development, from the region to the city to the neighborhood to the building. So also taking your sustainability plan and working it through those levels of detail, as it were, or grain.
So I'm not sure if I'm proud or scared to know that there's not many cities that have such a developed sustainability plan. But I guess in your opinion, would you see the fact that we do have the sustainability plan in place already as a benefit or more of a unique challenge in terms of the master planning work that you need to do?
I would say it's a benefit. It's a benefit because what that says is that you have dedication to sustainability, right? And that's really what we want to get out of a master plan and looking at land use. I mean, changes in land use, the changes in land use that are based in principles of urbanism that we all sort of share a commonality with are about sustainability at their core. So I think it's actually an advantage and it sets a vision, and it's a vision to help us move forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I have a couple questions. One, the other two, you undoubtedly have read your opponent's proposals, and both of them call for a 16-month process, and you call for an 8-month process. How do you explain that?
Yeah, so I try to discuss that a little bit in terms of compressing our activity in the charrette piece, but the reasons are kind of twofold. One is that rather than have a series of meetings over time that aren't necessarily clearly connected to, say, the creation and outcome of a plan, we like to compress that work. And so what I'd say, we put in the same number of hours. We just bring a whole team for a very concentrated period of time to do all their work and work on nothing else at all. And so that is the sort of concentration on the charrette, and there is preliminary work and engagement leading up to that, as we discussed, analysis of documents that exist, discussions with staff, with all of you, as information gathering. And then what I was suggesting at the end of that charrette process, that the goal is to try to move that forward as quickly as possible, just in terms of momentum, so that you're not down the line, say, 6 months after you've, I don't know if others necessarily have, say, a clear set of outcomes, which is what our goal is at the end of a charrette process, which is to say, here's the vision that we've heard, and this is the vision that we're going to embed into the draft plan. And if we can do that quickly, then that helps connect to the minds of those residents who have been engaged, to not say, well, I went to these meetings and I don't know what happened, right? But to instead say, I went to these meetings and I shared my input, and I see that input heard, and I see this being, say, presented later in drafts and moving forward. But there are some technical details in terms of coordination with other municipalities that may take longer. But that's really the goal. It's not to spend any fewer hours, but it's to compress the work and try to tie that to outcomes that that are sort of connected from a participant standpoint, and also from a political standpoint in terms of adoption. Why are we making these recommendations? Well, because we heard that these were what people wanted. And these are the recommendations that therefore find themselves in the plan. And we think that's important to connect.
And if the chair will indulge me.
You're indulged.
Thank you. So how do you take the temperature of a community to identify divisive issues and then build trust between potentially polarized groups?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think for the most part is to clarify issues. So usually what we'll hear are opinions that people may have that are opposing. There may be a lot of people in one camp or another. But when there are issues that may be divisive, it's important to be able to clarify what the aspects of those issues are, and whether it goes one way or the other. For most things, you tend to have a sort of majority opinion, but there are some issues that are 50-50. And it's rightfully so, and those should be surfaced. And you may have a decision made on that issue to be implemented in the master plan. You may have that issue as identified as something that needs to have further study. Maybe you actually need to isolate this issue and focus on it in its own study, its own plan, right? But it's not to say sidestep any of them. It's really to pull that forward. And it does help if you can find ways in surveying a broader constituency, not just the people in the room in a meeting, and to have some data related to opinions. If it's 50-50, I mean, that's a real data point, and we don't want to sidestep that.
And if I may, sure, that the charrette process really is key to gathering as many of the most salient, most pertinent voices in the community, and essentially have them voice all these varied opinions to be able to for us to be able to clarify the issues. And we clarify, Matt talks about statistics, Matt talks about data. There's the language of words, the language of numbers, but also the language of drawing. Mm-hmm. And that really is what the charrette is focused on, that as soon as we hear something, we'll draw it. And be able to parse what the impacts of those decisions or that scenario, how that plays out in the overall master plan, and be able to show it to the community at large and to the decision makers at large, what the impacts or repercussions of certain paths, if you go down this path or that path, what that means to the overall master plan.
Yeah, because sometimes it may be, well, is this what you mean? Yeah. That I've drawn? I'm like, no, that's not what I mean. Oh, okay. Well, that helps. Like maybe it's this other thing. We find that all the time, that there's an imprecision of words, and it helps to have other tools and drawing and the ability to interact one-on-one with those issues to gain that understanding and to try to use that as a means for making proposals that are more well clarified through the process.
Good. Great. Thank you.
You have more questions or taking a break?
Others have questions.
Okay.
But I have more.
Mr. Curtis.
Got a page full, but I'll stick to a couple. One, just sort of following up about this compressed timeline. So I'm a big believer in sort of Socratic method and dialectic. It occurs to me if we were to start a conversation about something that you weren't an expert in, this you are, but I don't know what you're not an expert in, but if we picked it, whatever that topic was, the quality of what you have to say to me would start at one level. But as we have some sort of feedback loop and some interaction, some dialectic, some ongoing conversation, over time, I would think the feedback at later points in time would get stronger and stronger, higher and higher, sort of more sophisticated and relevant, frankly. So in a short time frame of 32 weeks, though that might be a little bit expanded with various reasons, but can you see a way that you're able to get some sense of feedback loop so that that conversation progresses over time?
Yeah, well, not only, there is a power in that, in having a lot of clear, compressed in-person interaction on things, because, you know, we can have that conversation over drawing and over proposals. But it's also important, you know, I would say one thing that was very successful in the in-person engagement up the road was to come back and spend a few days on the ground to sort of allow people to come in on their own at whatever time, you know, during a period of a few days, to continue conversations, to have drawings, and to give the space for those conversations. But it isn't necessarily about having a conversation now and then 6 months later forgetting what the conversation was, and, you know, 3 months later, you know, sort of starting over again. It's you know, compressed can help that dialogue move forward more successfully, I think.
Mm-hmm. If I could have an entirely different direction of question, just really quickly. I see the phrase economic sustainability in your work here, and I see an economist sitting in front of me. One of the concerns I have about economic sustainability has to do with the notion of, can I afford to live where I work? Mm-hmm. And what can we do as a master plan, a city, to make at a place, well, one citizen stopped in here before you arrived and said, please ask this question. He said, how can we make Royal Oak a place where people of all incomes can afford to live? And I'm sure this is a question, when you talk about progressive planning, that comes up a lot. And I just wondered, could you speak to the experience of an economic viability where the markets might be driving a certain segment of the citizenry away? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. And so here's my philosophy on that, is I'm a strong believer in urban mixed-use projects that are income integrated. So I'm not a big fan of, you know, kind of warehousing low-income housing into one building, or building structures that are luxury or, you know, upscale, above market rate kind of, you know, lofts. You know, I'm really a big fan of imagining mixed-use buildings where the residential units, even within the building, but also on different levels, that you can have mixed incomes within that community. So imagine, you know, you may have your largest corner units with the best views might actually be the most upscale luxury lofts, but hopefully within that building somewhere, you also have some units that are right sized. They may be efficiencies, studios. They might not have the swanky balconies. They may have a view of the alley as opposed to, you know, the main street. But finding a way creatively within every mixed-use project to make sure that we're addressing the issues of affordability and attainability. I talk a lot about attainably priced units as well as affordably priced units. The other thing is, so a lot of the work that I do is focused on formats. So I don't just talk about, you know, what is the right price point or what is the right unit size or owners versus renters. I spent a lot of time looking at building formats. So other things that we can do to address affordability are things like looking at accessory dwellings or smaller houses or cottages, or, you know, making sure that we're right-sizing units and right-sizing houses even, so that they're attainably priced, especially on infill, and making sure that we're not, falling into a habit where every new house is mansion-sized and unattainable for anybody else, and every downtown loft is a luxury loft and not attainable to others. So it's really about diversity.
Well, there may be some hidden issues that find their way. It's important to talk to people that are sort of building housing too in the community and saying, well, why are things going this way? What are the hidden issues that we don't know about? But also to recognize that there's some broad issues in Metro Detroit that have to do with the lack of places that have a quality of life, quality of neighborhoods, quality of urban experience, like Royal Oak. And so you have undue pressure, as do some other places, to supply for a lifestyle that's lacking, elsewhere in the region. And that's a real issue. And it's not only going to be solved by market conditions. And
yeah,
so,
I want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I can't help myself. I can't help. So the other thing is, half of my clients are actually private sector developers. And a big part of this is, the communication, the engagement, but also the just raising awareness and education in the development community. So it's amazing how much time I spend just educating private developers on this concept of right-sizing units and exploring alternative formats, the missing middle housing, those kinds of concepts, but really exploring, working with them on ways to bring the cost of construction down to a reasonable level so that they can get out of this mindset that everything has to be supersized to offset their cost.
And just to round out the discussion, for us, the issue of affordability or attainability also includes not just the unit itself, the right sizing, the pricing of it, construction, but also the larger context, easy access to services, whether it's healthcare or schools or places of worship or other community services, places of work, diversifying and creating a land use and zoning framework that actually permits the mixing of uses so people can walk, bike to work, easy transit, easy access to their places of work, and vice versa. And even open space, parks, the work that McKenna is doing with you, has commenced doing with you, access to community amenities and facilities, that also folds into the affordability equation.
Mr. Cantina.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. I just want to, sitting behind you is Judy Davids, who does an incredible job for us in our community engagement now. I think in all the proposals that we have, the compressed schedule that you have with specific respect to the community engagement piece is probably a unique differentiator of what you guys are proposing. So I just want to ask Judy if, based on that, because that's obviously something that's going to be very important to you, you're going to have a role in, do you have any questions or need any sort of elaboration on that aspect of what they're proposing?
No, I kind of like the compressed, doing it well and getting it, I prefer that. Instead of having to continue over time, and we find a lot of times when things continue over time, people flip up,
Fatigue.
Can you speak to some of the techniques that you've used to continue to educate people on drafts, updates, further opportunities to provide comments on at different stages? That compression is very good, but thereafter, how do we continue to keep engagement going?
We use a platform called Social Pinpoint, where we're able to continue to have that evolution of the concepts and allow people to weigh in virtually on those concepts so that they can see how it evolves over the course of the project. Based on, after the charrette, there's going to be refinement, obviously, and other conversations that go on. so they can see how the project continues to evolve. Social Pinpoint is a really easy interfacing online platform where you can see the images, you can vote on the images, you can enter comments on the images. You can say things like, wait a minute, this isn't what we talked about at the charrette. You have that sort of ability to make those kind of comments. So.
Well, I think trying to be clear about when, the schedule is important. Like, expect the draft on this date and make sure that that draft is available, and make sure that there's clarity, like, here's a draft and we're going to tie this together with perhaps some in-person opportunities for one-on-one engagement. That's important early on, and also for opportunities to provide feedback via survey or social pinpoint tools. So it's kind of bringing those two together. Now later in the stage, though, that's really up to the bodies in terms of being representatives and helping to focus that input that we've taken and the direction that we've taken and the resident responses that we've sort of filled into this and solidify that decision making. It's both being totally open, clearly in the beginning of the process and pulling in as much information and feedback and testing and proposing and getting feedback on those propositions, but using that not as a means to say, well, hey, what other concepts should we bring into this, but to say we went through this process and it led us to this direction and we've gotten feedback along the way, and that feedback is what's moving us towards clarity in terms of the later drafts, right? So to be clear in terms of how that engagement process, finds its way towards a concrete proposal that then has the backing from the history of engagement.
Thanks for pointing out how you help gain consensus through that process.
Commissioner Douglas.
Could you identify a couple of social or community issues here in Royal Oak, or conditions that you see in our city, and tell us how those might affect your work or how you might address them?
Well, I'll pass some of the social over to you all, but I would say that it's interesting. There's a lot of change, and certainly a clarity of modernization and embracing of mixed uses and a diversity of housing, and all that's great. And there's some very successful work, but there's also some not very successful work, and identifying which is which, and helping to clarify which is going to make a positive impact into the future, and which is perhaps going to be a threat to the city into the future is very, very key. That's something we've been talking a lot about, from, say, a form of development, a form of space, a form of roads, an interaction between neighborhoods and parks and neighborhoods and local commercial districts or the downtown and so forth. There are a lot of key urbanistic issues, and that's what I want to weigh in on a lot. But pass over to you all in terms of some of the social issues we've been dealing with.
Sure, I think Matt hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of change that has occurred and is going to continue to occur. One of the things that we observed when we were driving around the community is that obviously you have a relatively new hotel right on the north edge of your what's been the downtown for years, and that sort of solidifies, or may solidify, we don't know, we have to ask questions and investigate, but that may solidify that area is for visitors from out of town. And so where are the areas for the locals to come and enjoy restaurants and have their local services and their local shops and barber stores and things like that? That's sort of a social issue that we'd like to explore further and see. Are there, obviously there's areas for integration and for people to be together, but it's sort of interesting to see how that dynamic is interpreted by the residents who live here based on a hotel coming into town. That brings in a lot of outsiders for a short period of time. So that's one thing I'd like to explore further.
Well,
And I
you know,
can-
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I can touch on a few things. First of all, right in front of me, in front of so many communities right now, this challenge of diversity and equality and inclusion. I mean, that is a hot topic, and many communities are really realizing. I mean, we need to address that, and it has to be in front of us when we step into the stakeholder engagement process. The other thing is the way that we live and work has changed with COVID. So, you know, I've been trying to track the trends in terms of, you know, how much are we continuing to work at home? Are we getting back to the office? Have we changed the way that we shop? This is about lifestyle preferences, and maybe it's not always preference either necessarily, but maybe it's just lifestyle choices that we're making in a changing world. And I also get the sense that as we move through time, we change faster and faster and faster, and we want to help you keep up.
And as we've begun to learn about your city, it's a very complex city. So many different characters to your various neighborhoods. It's not a homogeneous city by any means. So that in itself will present, you know, certain maybe very localized priorities in terms of what each neighborhood wants to become, or the issues that each neighborhood is facing. And that in a way also dovetails into the issues of the process that John had alluded to in terms of the numerous studies that you have going on right now, and the planning fatigue. The risk of planning fatigue that your community, your constituents might or could experience from, you know, these various plans running in parallel.
Especially if it's a long process.
Yes,
Yeah,
especially
but
if
just
it's a long process.
one other thing on that, since you brought up you know, diversifying population, but also fairness and fairness in
equity.
Yeah, but in ensuring that, you know, we're not ignoring any part of the community, but really engaging and finding a path forward so that, you know, not all the change happens in downtown or on Woodward or in the big shiny areas, but also in people's neighborhoods addressing the issues that they're concerned about. I think that's very important.
Very good, thank you.
All right, other questions? I have a question. I'm most interested in Land USA. The additional services, I read, says if you want a target market study or you want a retail market analysis, that's extra. My question is, what economic studies are included in your base services, and maybe a little reason why they're needed and what role they play?
Yeah, so we're really trying to speak to the RFQ. So there was a section in the RFQ that was described as, you know, a demographic, socioeconomic kind of analysis. But we also, through the Q&A, initially asked questions about whether you felt you really needed a market study. And it kind of came out through that conversation that there wasn't, that you weren't explicitly asking for a retail market study or a housing market study. So that's why we ended up putting it in there as options. Every good plan has to have some sort of economic foundation, some sort of economic analysis. But what I was envisioning doing was doing the work and allowing it to be kind of woven into the plan, or perhaps be a chapter of the plan, as opposed to having, you know, separate documents that say, you know, here's a you know, a document that is your retail market study, or here's a document that's your residential or industrial park market analysis. That instead we would try to simplify that and just have a chapter in the plan, or a couple of chapters that address those topics. So it's basically, I need to do the work, and I really kind of struggled with that a little bit, actually walking the line. It's like, well, I know I need to do the work, and we want to make sure that it supports, that it's being used as a foundation to support a good plan, but they also said they don't want a complete market study. So I'm going to do the work and work with the team to support the plan, but I wasn't going to give you like hefty products to say, ta-da, here's a retail market study. If you want that, I'm the person to do it, and I would love that opportunity. So that would be
Okay,
either something we swap something else out, or maybe it's an additional.
Okay, yeah, I guess I might not still understand. So if we don't order the extra studies, are you going to be involved?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you
Absolutely.
have base contract services that are going to be involved in the master plan?
Absolutely. I'm doing all of the economic, socioeconomic, and demographic analysis.
Okay.
And I'm absolutely, that's one thing that I think sets our team apart, is that DPZ really sees the value in having a subcontractor who is local, knows the market, and can be, one of the feedback that I often get from my clients is that I can be very objective, and I'm very candid and quite honest. And when big ideas, blue sky scenarios come up, and I know that it's just not supported by the economic realities, I'm not afraid to help steer the ship back on course. I do this a lot with developers in particular. So making sure that I'm the fortune teller, but I'm also the realist. I have to be both,
right.
And I'm integral to the team, and I would integral to the core proposal.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, I got one more question, since nobody had one. I'm gonna quote from your presentation here, because I don't know exactly what it means. You probably could talk for 10 hours on it, but I just want a summation. Ultimately, the most significant policy update we envision is the replacement of the land use-based plan with one that is transect-based, form-based. First of all, I was a little surprised, because you're not going to write us a new zoning ordinance, but this is what you said is the most important policy update you're going to provide us. Tell me what that means.
Well,
And Mr. Chair, I had that same quote written down in the same question.
Sure.
Perfect.
Well, I have your questions too.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
it's really about, so often you end up with land uses that are overly specific, that end up being duplicative of zoning, and that becomes an issue in terms of being able to actually fulfill the change, fulfill the vision. And so we use the transect, which is a zoning term that we've used generally across the country, but perhaps there's maybe a little bit unclear, because that doesn't directly translate, say, to land use categories. However, if you have overly specific land use categories, that then precludes the change that you want to see. So we've written quite a bit about how to change from other places, their comprehensive plans. Master plan in Detroit, luckily, is Michigan is like a lot more flexible. So you really just have to do land use, and other things that go beyond that are sort of open to whatever we hear from the citizenry. But we have written on the comprehensive plan, master plan scale quite a bit about the issues that come from this duplicative nature of land use and zoning. And so it's really more so about what is not only mixed use, and I think we understand mixed use, right? But what is also needed to characterize other aspects of the community that might include, say, some of the townhomes and duplex areas, along with single-family neighborhood commercial areas, which you have as well. So it's really about thinking from a similar perspective as, say, what we do in the transect, which is to say some places are of a higher intensity, and that doesn't just mean height. It also means, say, the size of buildings. It also means how many people are on the sidewalk, and you need wider sidewalks to associate with the greater degree of pedestrians. You need parks that have different amenities that are dealing with the reality that different parts of the city are of a different intensity. So it's taking that same concept into future land use scale, to not say, here's where multifamily is, here's where single family is, here's where the main street, and there's this little mixed use area over here, but instead to say, what is the sort of scale and intensity of this area overall, and then how does that translate to things like roads and sidewalks and parks and other city services?
All right, any follow-up questions? Mr. Curtis?
Well, it just occurs to me that time may be going away from us here.
Yes.
But in an attempt to give you a little bit of a softball, sum it up kind of question, what do you think, are there communities that you've worked in that remind you of Royal Oak, if any? Or is Royal Oak its own unique animal that really you don't have some parallel work that you can think of? Like, what about Royal Oak?
Well, it's not a one-on-one parallel, I would say. I'd say there's lots of aspects of the physical characteristics and the social characteristics of Royal Oak that are similar in ways to other communities. But you have this very interesting imbalance between, say, centrality, so that your downtown's not in the center, right? It's off at the bottom, and so that if you're looking at residential neighborhoods to the north, you don't have that sort of easy connection. But you do have the opportunity to have, say, neighborhood nodes, neighborhood centers, which are things that we've built in other communities as well, that then service sort of from a walkable or bikeable distance those neighborhoods. But then you have the rail line, right? And the rail line disconnects the community on two sides, and so you really have to analyze, well, what are the ways that the connections come through, and how do we sort of, from a land use standpoint, look at those connections and enhance those. And a lot of them are sort of related to roads that have neighborhood nodes on it and some higher intensity. Naturally, that's just the way that it's sort of developed, right? And then you have Woodward. And Woodward is a special beast, but a beast that we've dealt with in many other contexts. But then you have a major regional medical facility, and it's related issues not only to transportation and its own properties, but to housing for employees and to the need for lodging and so forth that's related to that. So we've done various medical campus work and so forth. And then you have you have the mile road issue, where the mile roads are high trafficked, they're difficult to cross, they create a barrier between neighborhoods. But they also create spillover traffic in the neighborhoods, right? And that's usually a big resident concern is, well, I'm next to 14 Mile, like people are cutting through my neighborhood because they can't make a turn at this light, for example. So, there's not one, I think, but I think we've dealt with many of these issues, and housing affordability and, all these sorts of things are issues that we've dealt with 10 times in different places that have different contexts. But you're so unique in the way that they all come together, right? But that's what sort of makes it interesting too, right? And as our nature, we're problem solvers, and we sort of like to have this kind of complexity, and it's exciting, and it just helps when it's also a place that you care about.
All right, thank you. That's about 55 minutes by my count. Does anybody have any more questions? All right, I think we're wrapped up. We really appreciate your time and effort, and we will consider everything you said. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting us. It was great to come here, and we hope that we're a good fit because we're excited to carry this forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will take a recess. All right, we'll reconvene. And I guess we should go through this again here just to introduce ourselves, and we'll get started. Commissioner Douglas?
I'm City Commissioner Charlene Douglas.
I'm Joseph Murphy, Director of Planning.
City Attorney Aaron Liao.
Hello, I'm Woody Gantina.
Eric Klooster.
And Paul Curtis.
I'm Gary Casada. I'm the chairperson, and we welcome you here. Thanks. I assume you had to travel here. Thanks for doing so. We got about an hour, but make sure you give us plenty of time to ask you questions, and you may proceed.
Great. Thank you very much for having us. I'm going to pull up our presentation here while we're going, just to make sure I have everything. But go ahead. Thank you. So I'm Brandon Nolan with House of Levine Associates, Senior Project Manager. We've got Lee here at DLZ and David Yucca here with Solutions in the Land. So we'll be going through kind of our roles in more in depth in a second here, but really happy to be here to have a conversation with you tonight about the master plan process. Really appreciate the invite.
and looking forward to a good discussion. I know we've only got about 10 minutes for presentation, so I'll go quick through this and looking forward to have some good Q&A. So House Levine Associates, we're an innovation-based urban planning and design firm. We're based in Chicago. We're kind of known nationwide for comprehensive planning, done over 450 projects in 400 communities across the country, a lot of work in the Midwest, a lot of actually Michiganders on our staff. I'm actually originally from up the road in Emily City, went to Michigan State. John Houseo founded the firm as a U of M grad. We have an ongoing bet during the big game each year, and he always gives me a nice six-pack every year.
Easy.
Known for our innovation, we really like to leverage the best in data, analytics, tools to really bring the science of where to planning. And really, that's what's gotten us some national recognition for our efforts. Go ahead. Including Emerging Planning Firm of the Year a few years ago. Really a great honor for this firm as we're kind of getting going and really have built on that momentum over the last several years, winning multiple awards across the country for our work. Comprehensive plans are a lot of what we do, and a lot of the words you're seeing on this screen and others are directly related to our work on comprehensive plans, or master plans as they're called here in Michigan, including Imagine Flint Master Plan, which I was project manager for, very proud of that one, being that it's kind of in the area where I grew up. That won the Daniel Burnham Award from the state APA, the Outreach Award from the state APA, as well as the state award from CNU for that work there. So it's a project I'm really proud of personally. So again, I said comprehensive plans are what we do, and I mean it. Everything on this list is a master plan or a comprehensive plan. We're not an engineering firm that says we do planning. We're not an architecture firm that says we do planning. We are a planning firm first and foremost. This is what we do. We have a process that we leverage in each instance, but it yields very different and customized results every time. So we are really looking forward to working with you all, with the Royal Oak community, to develop a plan that really responds to what you need it to respond to. So we can talk a little bit about that, but really at the end of the day, we're looking to use community engagement to drive this process, looking to inform it with the different tools that we have available at our disposal, and really leverage our national experience to kind of bring that to bear on the best practices that make sense for Royal Oak. In terms of Michigan experience, we've done several master plans in the state, as well as other planning efforts throughout the state. So very familiar with requirements and what's needed to be included in the effort, and as well as kind of the implementation tools that need to come into play to make the plan a reality over time. And really, at the end of the day, all of this experience has led us to be experts in what we think of as kind of complex communities. So communities like Royal Oak that are built out, that are looking to get more out of the existing environment. We've got recent experience, for example, working in Oak Park, not in Michigan, but in Illinois, very similar to Royal Oak in terms of size, in terms of complexity, great downtown, looking for reinvestment where they can get it in terms of neighborhood nodes, commercial corridors, trying to be sensitive to historic character of their neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Oak Park's a great example. Again, I think of the kind of type of projects we're looking to kind of learn from as we undertake this effort. Aurora, Colorado, soon to be almost the same size as Denver. Bentonville, Colorado, booming area, home to Walmart. Those are areas that are growing a lot, but also trying to manage things like sustainability, infrastructure investment, really trying to make sure as they grow they're leveraging the resources appropriately, just like you guys are striving to do here. And then again, Flint, Michigan, a great project. There, the outreach process was really key to building trust with the community and developing a plan that responded to their needs as we were looking to kind of build on momentum that was going there kind of before the water crisis happened. So with that, I just want to talk a little bit about our team and let Dave and Lee speak a bit more. But House Levine will be leading this project team, and again, trying to leverage our different national expertise to inform the planning process. But then for every project, we really try to identify a team that can speak to the needs that are identified in the RFP and our knowledge of the community and what the priorities are. So depending on what happens in this process, we want to be able to lean on expertise of DLZ or Solutions in Land or Tool to be able to kind of use their talents as appropriate. If something comes out in the ouch process that we didn't anticipate, we need to be able to make sure we have the expertise on our team built into that. So with that, we'll let Lee speak to DLZ's role in the effort.
Good evening. My name is Lee Merrill. I'm with DLZ right here in Michigan. My office is right up here in Waterford. So DLZ's role in this is to help out with Levine, with the transportation planning component of this that might come out of any of the results from the community engagement. Also assisting with some of the potential infrastructure planning or stormwater planning. I know that sustainability is a big component of and a big focus for the city. I know you guys recently passed your sustainability plan last month. So DLZ has experience working on sustainable and green infrastructure in communities around here. We do that in West Bloomfield, implementing things like bioswales and permeable pavements and rain gardens and things of that nature, along with some of our transportation projects, whether it's roadways, implementing complete streets concepts to improve walkability in the community, doing multimodal transportation projects, parking lots, things like that, where we can also include green infrastructure in the design of the overall project to help with the sustainability.
And it's worth noting, DLZ has been a frequent partner of ours. They were on our team for the Imagine Flint effort. We're currently working with them in Waterford nearby, and so love to kind of work with people we know and trust, and happy to kind of continue that relationship here in Royal Oak. Another frequent partner of ours is Tool Design. We understand active transportation is really an emerging concern, not just in Royal Oak, but nationwide, and they're the experts in active transportation. So as we undertake this process, Tool will be really kind of leading any kind of active transportation planning components, while DLZ will be supporting kind of more traditional transportation planning efforts, and we'll kind of all collectively function as a team, obviously. So I think it's a great duo to have, and I should note we're working with Tool in a couple different states currently as well. So also a frequent partner. And then another frequent partner, here's David Yaka. So.
All right, good evening. Grateful to be here also. I'm a landscape architect and ecological planner by background. I am part of a consortium called Solutions in the Land, and we do exclusively regenerative planning and design around a whole systems approach towards sustainability and resource circulation. And my colleague has more of a background in regenerative agriculture and food systems planning, and mine is really more in the green infrastructure side of the equation. But really bringing this more holistic approach towards a variety of applications. A lot of my background is also in site-specific high-performance building and site development, and so a lot of built work as well as planning and visioning, all with a sustainable focus. And I'm also have been an advocate for these practices really since before most people had heard about some of the things Lee's talking about infiltration-based green infrastructure, and have been part of the Green Infrastructure Foundation, which is a 501c3 promoting and being a community resource to rapidly expand the use of living practices throughout North America. And one of the tools that we've developed that we see as overcoming obstacles is the connection between this whole systems approach and prosperity and economy of local communities. And with an unfolding array of public resources around clean energy and around ecology and water management, it's kind of making that connection. So inspiring the community through the visioning process, which you've already done a great job of, and are very far down the path in terms of awareness about these things. So it's kind of building on that and using the comprehensive plan process to develop specific strategies and applications of how to take it to the next level. So I will leave. Oh, and I live in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but I mostly grew up just a little bit north of here, up in Bloomfield Hills, and also am a Michigan State graduate. And
Go white.
Go white.
go green. Yeah. So,
Thank
so
you,
grateful again. Grateful. To be here.
Yeah, so I guess just to reiterate, I mean, we approach comprehensive plans, master plans in a similar way. Kind of the stepwise process we've identified is our kind of approach, but it always yields different results. We really want to leverage engagement as a way of guiding things, and then making sure, again, that we've got the team in place to be able to pivot and react as appropriate to create the plan you guys need. So that's why we've teamed up with these different experts, because we know we can't be experts in everything, and we really want to make sure we have the team you need. Another key piece of being able to create that plan is the engagement. So next couple slides. It starts with traditional engagement. We're known for our technology. We're known for our ability to embed tools, but that's to augment and complement traditional face-to-face engagement and the conversations that need to be had with the community. So, we can do this engagement at a variety of scales, focus groups, panel discussions, large-scale workshops. We've seen kind of array of attendance from the typical one-on-one interview all the way up to the 650-person workshop. So we're capable of kind of working with the city to create an engagement plan that best uses your resources to create the plan. So I think the engagement we proposed is both in response to the RFP as well as our own kind of observations, having done this a few times. But with that said, we like to start every process fresh and really take the scope outreach component as a starting point for a discussion about how to better engage the community. So, knowing the resources available, how do we best allocate time to these different engagement points? We'll walk through a quick couple of examples here. Envision Oak Park, I mentioned Oak Park a little bit earlier, is kind of a parallel community we've done work in Illinois. That process started with branding and creating an identity for the plan. Next slide. Really embedding that in collateral for everything in terms of popularizing the planning process, but also embedding that, next slide, into the plan itself, and making sure we had consistent kind of communications throughout. Next slide. We used all of this engagement to really work with staff to first prime the pump, get the engagement kind of rolling by making sure community is aware of the planning process to begin with. Various outreach platforms, whether it be working with staff on pop-up collateral for events that they were working on, social media posts, email blasts, short-form surveys, you name it. Kind of each blue dot on this figure kind of represents a touch point with the community in terms of communications. And next slide. That led to building momentum in the planning process itself. So these green dots represent different workshops we ran. And you can see as we start, again, key person interviews, smaller focus groups, village-wide workshops, building momentum as we go. By the time we got towards the middle kind of phase of the process, we're reviewing existing conditions and starting to look towards the future. We're getting bigger and bigger attendance. And then when we really needed people to show up for the visioning workshops, for the kind of forward-looking events, we had these really large-scale workshops with great attendance throughout. So again, just a quick example of how we can build momentum in a process and really drive results. Similarly, next slide. Again, looking at, workshops and engagement at all scales. This is a workshop I ran in North Lawndale on the west side of Chicago. I was fortunate enough to be project manager there and really working with this community over 3 years to develop their quality of life master plan. Go ahead. And so that included, large-scale workshops, mapping exercises. Next slide. Focus groups led by the steering committee members themselves. So this is a housing expert in the community talking with folks about housing, using that to really create content that we use in the plan. This is what I like to refer to as a community-authored approach to planning, where we're really taking the input from these different focus groups and framing out an outline for the plan itself. Go ahead. Vetting that content with those focus groups, having them rank and prioritize things. Go ahead. And then at the end of the day, culminating in a great process. This is me presenting in a movie theater. The theater let us use kind of the late morning hours before they were really open to present on the plan to a packed house of like 300 people, which was awesome. And then they let us have the open house in the lobby. And the steering committee members were so ingrained in the process and so knowledgeable of the process, they were the ones staffing these different stations about the plan. So at the end of the day, we built enough momentum in the community. People cared about it. People showed up. And then the steering committees who were invested in this process, local residents, were engaging with other residents, talking about the different details of the transportation plan, of the community infrastructure plan, of the land use plan. So we really use the process to build stewardship as we go through. Next slide. And I mentioned tech earlier. Live polling, keypad polling is another tool we like to embed into our engagement where we can. And again, at all scales, whether it's a kind of informal kind of kickoff at a kind of open house event, facilitated panel I'm running here in Fort Wayne, next slide, or kind of the version on steroids. This is Mott Community College, downtown Flint. 650 people showing up for that with facilitators at each table, using linked iPads, doing live in the moment kind of engagement where we actually developed a vision and goals statement as a end result of this afternoon workshop. It was a tremendous process to be a part of. You don't see me in this photo because I'm off to the left, like just sweating ridiculous buckets of sweat, taking all his input and working with city staff to create that. And John Housey was actually in the back left corner laughing while I'm doing all this work. Anyway, next slide. We also love to do tactile kind of things like visioning workshops where we're really kind of getting and working with folks to really talk about land use planning and things on the ground. Like, what does this vision look like? What's your future of the community look like? So these are different exercises we run, again, at a variety of scales, different mechanisms for input. But at the end of the day, next slide, we also have virtual tools we can use to help emulate this. So if the need arises for additional engagement or engagement that kind of replaces an in-person workshop because there's been another uptick in something happening, we've got the tools available to pivot as needed. And so we've used, this is a whiteboard application that we used online to actually kind of host and facilitate mapping exercises online and still get really good participation. It kind of, it's not as tactile, but it still has a very good kind of immersive feel to it. So again, a variety of scales, a variety of tools to use depending on what's needed here. The scope is malleable in that, we're putting our best foot forward in what we think is needed, but we need to work with staff to really identify what are the tools you think are going to be most effective for you. And one tool I'll touch on briefly before our last section here, we always develop project websites for each project, embedding things like a survey, information about the plan, and then map.social, which is our online mapping tool. This is something we developed in-house years ago, a decade ago. It's evolved over time. It's now available on the Esri Marketplace as a tool you can subscribe to outside of kind of projects that we develop. Go ahead. But it's a great way of really kind of doing engagement online that again, kind of lets people assign a place to what they want to see in the community. Place-based community input that we can summarize, we can analyze, and really kind of suss out patterns in what we're hearing from the community. So this map, we're showing a variety of point types. You can do lines for bike trails, you can do polygons for development opportunities, problematic intersections, poor appearance, community asset. We can customize the legend to your needs. Go ahead. And then look at individual point types. And then last slide here, to really kind of, again, analyze and get some spatial awareness about what's happening with the input. And then, I know we're running a little bit long, just one last section here. Again, I wanted to touch on the tech a little bit. Again, we use it to augment a more traditional planning process. It doesn't replace the traditional planning process, but it's something that I think sets us apart. And so a few examples here. Really, again, as the need arises, as we learn more about the community, as we hear more from the community, we're able to look at what tools we have at our disposal that would make sense to apply to the Royal Oak kind of assignment. So a few examples here. The first one, we're mapping property values in Fort Wayne. That really looking at kind of how do we, go ahead, sorry. How do we look at neighborhoods and facilitate reinvestment? Southeast Fort Wayne is an area that's been experiencing disinvestment for decades. And looking at property values, we were able to kind of fully document how a neighborhood of very similar structure across the street from Southeast Fort Wayne was getting a lot more property value and reinvestment occurring. And it really kind of showcased the potential that this area had if the right tools can be put in place. So this is something the staff really wanted to see us visualize, and we were able to do that for them. Next slide. Working with the City of Dallas on a land use plan. So this is a tool we've kind of customized and created for them, creating an outreach dashboard where staff are able to look at the demographics from the various outreach tools that are being used, from the in-person workshops that are being conducted, and able to track and compare demographics of participants to that of their different planning areas. And so they're using this to modify engagement throughout as they kind of go through the process. Next slide. Housing opportunity. I think, especially in a built-out community like Royal Oak, we're looking at, what are those small areas we can have some change in that doesn't impact the neighborhoods in a negative way. This is a RENA analysis, so it's a housing analysis we're doing for the City of Riverside, where the first step is identifying where there are sites with potential that have the acreage, that have the kind of available land and are in good locations. Refining that understanding of what those opportunity sites are. Go ahead, next slide. And then taking it a step further to say, all right, if these are the sites that we think have opportunity, what is that opportunity? And so we're actually able to, we created what's called an RGS urban model for the city that basically took underlying zoning and applied that to document kind of underutilization and saying, you got this kind of building on this site, here's what the zoning could allow, this is development potential that really could be realized. And so really able to document, they need to identify 24,000 units with over a 5-year period as required by the state. So citywide systems approach to documenting development potential. And then next couple slides, taking it one step further than that, actually showing them on an individual site, here's the opportunity that we're visualizing here. And then next slide, here's a procedure model that shows how that could be developed as a kind of to recognize it and approach the density that you guys are looking to achieve. And then the last project I'll touch on, Morrisville Town Center. This is a project that got us a Special Achievement in JS Award from Esri in 2020. We were working with them on a master plan, a comprehensive plan, and midway through that process, it became apparent that a vision for their town center is really going to hold up the entire process. This is something they've been debating on for 2 years. And they asked us to kind of add in kind of a concept for the town center and help them make a decision on this midstream. So we developed 2 different models for them and 2 different site plans of varying density. And then we actually built that out, created a 3D model that then we intersected with Unreal Engine. I don't know if anyone knows what Unreal Engine is, but it's a gaming engine that's used frequently. So we've actually figured out a way of marrying SketchUp with Unreal Engine to create immersive 3D environments. And so you could actually walk around and navigate using your laptop, your mouse, throughout this entire town center to visualize kind of 2 different options, A and B, and showing the different densities. So next slide. So you can see here kind of ratcheting up slightly here in different areas it was more drastic, but also there's a dashboard that shows you what's the unit count, what's the impact on parking. And so we helped them kind of embed this in the middle of the process. And in the course of 4 months, we helped them get to yes on what they wanted to see happen in this town center area and fold that into the planning process rather than holding the comprehensive plan hostage while this gets decided. We work with them to get it done. So, so I think just in closing, thank you very much. We can open up Q&A, but really appreciate the invite and looking forward to conversation.
All right. Do we have questions for HL, I'll call them. Mr. Grantina.
So thank you. Appreciate you guys and the presentation, you guys being here. I wanted to touch on the technology aspect of things for just a second. I think it can be used as a very effective tool, and it seems like it's a tool that you guys rely upon quite heavily. One of the things or concerns that I have is we certainly have a demographic that is not as technologically savvy within the city of Royal Oak. Can you touch a little bit on how you can bridge that gap a little bit in terms of the utilization of your technology within the public engagement process and how you're able to still connect with the elements of the community that maybe not as, it may not be as technologically savvy?
Sure. Again, I just like to underscore we do both, right? It's definitely traditional engagement augmented by that tech, but we try to reduce barriers where we can. I mean, the map.social is a very easy tool to use. If you've used Google Maps, you can use map.social. The surveys we create are meant to be very short and kind of easy language, easy to navigate. We work with staff in different forms. If we do an online questionnaire and they really are concerned about getting engagement from a non-tech savvy community, we've pivoted and created kind of a short form version of the questionnaire that's like a front and back hard copy that they can print out and have at different kind of touch points throughout the community, for example. So, I mean, I think we're definitely open to having conversations about what you guys need and maybe barriers you see, because each community is different. I will say, I mean, I think a lot of times people perceive these barriers about tech, but my mom's more savvy at using a lot of the social platforms than I am, frankly. So I know there's some barriers, but it's definitely not insurmountable. And I do think it's a combination of making sure people know about the traditional ways of engaging, making sure the tools are accessible online for people who can kind of overcome those barriers, and then also providing things like hard copy surveys. You know, if it's trying to engage community and you want people to use map.social, you know, can we do things like have folks staffing with a couple of iPads or something at an event, for example, to help people understand the tool. There's different ways we can kind of engage the community to educate them about what their opportunities and options are. But we try to do kind of multi-pronged to make sure everyone has one way or another to participate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. So tell us a little bit about how you take the temperature of a community to identify divisive issues, and how do you build trust between potentially polarized groups?
That's a meaty one. All right. I'd say I guess the first part, I mean, we have, especially within the proposed scope, a couple of different types of engagement. The front end of the process we design to really suss out issues and opportunities. What are the things people care about? Where should we be spending our time? And so the different kind of workshops we host, the key person interviews, the focus groups are all designed up front to answer the same kind of core questions of kind of what are your issues and how do you prioritize them? What are the actions you see as maybe potential solutions to some of those issues? And then what are the assets? What are the things we want to make sure we're preserving as we talk about change? So by offering that same platform and engagement to a variety of different groups at a variety of scales, it really helps you see themes and parallels between groups. You know, working in a few projects recently, it really is astounding. Like, we hear there's a lot of divisive issues in community coming in. Everyone has their own kind of things they're very sensitive to. But at the end of the day, when you do this kind of broad approach and give people the opportunity to speak, it really ends up, you can see consistent themes and things people care about. And they're not always conflicting, but they are maybe stronger opinions in one bucket or another. So it's, I think, first documenting what are those things people really care about. What should we be investigating? And that's really how we use the first 4 to 6 months of the process is what are the issues, and then, all right, this is what we're hearing from the community. What's the data say? You know, what are staff saying about these issues? We really want to make sure we're documenting and again, responding to what we're hearing and not just taking the public's word at it either. It's not about kind of whoever has the most votes wins. It's about tying data and facts to public opinion and kind of making sure people understand kind of how they intersect. So that's step one, is I think documenting what are those themes. And then step two about kind of navigating those tensions. I mean, again, at the end of the day, I think you can accomplish a lot by having conversations and recognizing maybe what some of those tension points are and talking about the data, talking about what the potential solutions are. I think Flint was a great example, even though it's a few years back now, but there's definitely a tension between the need for reinvestment, but also, you know, the need for avoiding displacement. So how do we get both of those? And so just because you're in favor of reinvestment doesn't mean you're in favor of displacement and vice versa. So you know, we had some very honest conversations about kind of, hey, this is what the community is saying. These are the facts that go with those statements. And as part of the visioning process, we were engaging them and trying to be very upfront about kind of what their opportunities are. So in that instance, and again, every community is unique, the way we refined the land use planning process, it was instead of just giving everyone a red pen saying, hey, tell us where you want your commercial development. We said, here's a scaled map, here's 4 inches of red tape. This is all you get. You have to tell us where you want to put it. So it's using the data, using the input to say, hey, we want neighborhood commercials important. It's like, okay, well, how important is it? And where do you want to see it? So it's constraining the conversation within the realities of kind of where you're at. And I think that's a big part is, again, having those honest conversations. I remember being at a workshop table with an alderwoman from the north side of Flint, and I was dreading it all week because I knew she was kind of resistant to the idea of again, the neighborhood changing. This is a part of Flint that was 50% vacant. It can't stay a single-family neighborhood. That's not sustainable. So I had to actually talk with her in this group at this visioning table about kind of what are the other possibilities? How do we pivot away from that? And at the end of the day, she was supportive of the changes we're making to future land use that said this neighborhood could change, that it doesn't have to be just single family development, that it can be, you know, reinvestment that represents, you know, urban agriculture and some maybe more progressive changes in land use that I think at the beginning of the conversation, she wasn't ready to cede on. So, you know, I think it's okay to have honest conversations with people. I think people respect being invited to that kind of conversation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Curtis.
Yeah, I saw something in your proposal that interested me. For reference, page 54, under the heading Sustainability Lens, right before you jump into phases. And the phrase, sustainability audits are included in each major phase of the planning process. What's that? How does that work?
Well, that's something we coined for this process. Again, trying to respond to, I think, the emphasis we saw in the RFP, and David can jump in here too, but in trying to work through this scope with David, I think we saw an opportunity to really make sure that was a common theme that had weight to it. It wasn't just, you know, green is good in every chapter. It was like, hey, we're going to make sure we're engaging our sustainability experts and solutions in the land on this in every single phase to make sure the plan is responding the appropriate way. So, you know, when we review existing conditions, are there certain data points we should be looking at that we would not be thinking of? Because I'm not a sustainability expert. I'm an urban planner that knows about sustainability, you know, but I don't know everything. So kind of what are the data points we should be considering? For the framework process, you know, hey, we think we've got a really good draft of how to approach these issues. What aren't we thinking about from a sustainability standpoint? So making sure we're touching base and leveraging David and his team's expertise at every phase in a meaningful way. So we call it an audit because it's kind of a check-in and kind of a co-development of content.
Yeah, and I would reinforce that in saying the audit is to ensure that there is a sustainability lens on every aspect of the plan as it evolves from the community engagement through proposed policies and recommendations through the final draft. And having done, you know, over half a dozen of these with the House of Levine team over the last 10 or 12 years, that's been the case. And there's a lot of things that we don't know, kind of like the other things we were just talking about around community engagement and technology, that until we really get engaged with the community, aren't sure what is going to rise to the top in terms of issues or priorities. And so it's having the sustainability lens and my participation throughout the whole process, so that So that it is really a whole system solution. It's integrated. It's not an add-on set of things. Another term that Brandon's partner John Housel coined was greenlining, and basically greenlining from the standpoint of looking at every piece of text that comes through the document from the sustainability lens and every recommendation, so that there's consistency with the community voice and best practice. So that's kind of my role, is to marry best practice, leading edge best practice with what's happening in the community.
Thank you. Mr. Cantina.
So I guess I have a follow-up to that in terms of how the response might change or be affected by the fact that we already have a sustainability plan that we've adopted. And, I think that the intent of that document was to help serve as a guiding document for some of these other planning activities that occur. I can certainly appreciate that absent of that, you would need to apply that sustainability lens to everything you do. Knowing that we have that document in place, how does that necessarily change that part of your process? Or does it?
It does a lot, and from the standpoint of getting further faster. So, in having that community awareness around sustainability, around energy, water, and the other components of that plan is an excellent foundation from which to build a set of land use planning recommendations that incorporate part of the community's voice and preferences already. So it's really good, and I would say that it allows you all to get further faster than a lot of other communities where some of that groundwork has to be laid, and just community awareness in general. I would say that there's always a lot of opportunity to integrate and show how the planning recommendations can be enhanced and made more successful through the more holistic integration of those principles. So I think it's just, like I said, yeah, I see it as getting further faster. I know that some of the other community partners are also at various stages in terms of their sustainable efforts, and so there's just a lot to build on here, as well as a lot of just community awareness and creativity in general. So, and I would say compared to a lot of other communities, that it's a great place to start this process of. We've been at it for a while.
Other questions? Okay, I got a quick one. Oh, you go ahead. Mr. Klooster.
Yes, can your team speak to maybe some of the opportunities or challenges proposed by Woodward and how it intersects the community, as well as working with MDOT or other state departments of transportation?
I'll speak to the land use component, I guess, first, then I can hand off to Lee. But I mean, it's unique in that, it's an auto-oriented corridor that is a bit outmoded in some respects. I mean, as we're talking about kind of levers to pull to get more investment, it's definitely an opportunity area. Things like shallow lot depth are going to be constrained. You've got these weird frontage roads every once in a while that kind of create a unique transportation and land use kind of relationship. So it's definitely, it's just a very unique context compared to other parts of the community. So when we're looking at land use strategies, I think it's kind of picking kind of where you want to prioritize. You can't flip the entire corridor overnight. It's going to have to be what are the areas of activity we really want to see shine. As we get outside of the downtown, placemaking is going to be more and more important. You guys have done a tremendous job with the downtown, and it's how do we kind of take those same lessons learned and apply them at the neighborhood scale in these other areas. And I think Woodward becomes this key spine of creating those pockets of activity throughout kind of the other parts of the community. With that said, it also plays an important role because it is your auto-oriented corridor. It does have a lot of uses that people need that you don't necessarily want in your downtown, for example. So there's going to be that balance as well. So I think we need to, from a land use perspective, kind of decide on what is the vision Should some parts of that corridor stay the same and just be improved a little bit? Should other parts be repositioned? Again, as a built-out community, you only have so many opportunities to kind of get more out of the ground than you already are. So I think Woodward is a key opportunity in that respect. With all that said, managing the right-of-way, kind of improving that sense of place, coordination with MDOT is going to be key.
Yep, and speaking of MDOT, DLZ has significant experience working with MDOT on other projects, even on Woodward. We're currently working on the Woodward Loop conversion from one-way to two-way up in Pontiac. So we've had lots of coordination efforts between communities and MDOT in order to, jointly develop a plan for those roadways, specifically Woodward in this case. We have a lot of experience in communities all around Oakland County, frankly. We're working with the Road Commission for Oakland County, which I know you guys have control of all of your own roads, like many communities around here don't. But those relationships with the other, stakeholders in the various roadways around here, we have a lot of experience coordinating between the different agencies so that we can, jointly create the best plan, or for each area along the roadway. So.
All right, thank you. Other questions?
Could I just follow
Mr.
up about Woodward?
Mhm.
The Ferndale Pleasant Ridge discussion of road diet on that Woodward. Now, Ferndale, for instance, has a different sort of experience with Woodward than Royal Oak does in regards to, running straight through the middle versus not.
Mm-hmm.
But what kind of challenges or benefits do you see to that discussion of road diet and extending that north of 696, for instance, if is a maybe?
Yeah, I think that obviously I know that Woodward has had extensive studies on road dieting in the areas. I think it depends significantly on the direction that you guys think that the community is headed. Whether we continue to, have Woodward focused on vehicular transportation so that it allows, commuting or transportation to, essentially through the community, or whether you convert potentially portions of Woodward or to do a road diet in order to facilitate a little bit more multimodal transportation around there, or open up some of the land use, specifically in some of the areas like with the side street along Woodward, and what those other opportunities those could provide the community.
Yeah, you need to be strategic in how you approach it. It's expensive, right? To do these improvements. So I think it's going to be very important to have that kind of conversation tied to the land use component too. Like, where are we trying to achieve kind of change in place along that corridor, rather than just saying road diet's great, let's do like however many miles. It's a long stretch. Mm-hmm. So you got to pick your battles, right? You have to kind of, what are the areas you really want to encourage change? And that's where you need to make sure you have the land use components complemented by infrastructure and transportation. So you're getting the most bang for your buck. And again, I think multi-purpose infrastructure, so it's contributing to that sense of place.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. Can you identify one or more social or community issues or conditions here in Royal Oak that you see here in Royal Oak, and tell us how they might affect your work or your approach to the planning process?
Yeah, again, just doing our due diligence and trying to research for this interview and for the proposal. I'm not a local. I haven't done engagement here, but we understand you've got an aging demographic. You've been a very stable population, around 59,000 for a decade or so, but you're aging. About a quarter of your population is going to be over the age of 60. So there's shifts happening in housing demand, for example. So that's definitely something that we'd want to see how we can accommodate in the master plan process. Do we need to look at kind of different housing types? Do we need to look at accessibility issues and kind of aspects of design like universal design approaches and embedding that into some of the housing recommendations? Along those same lines, continuing to attract or be an attractive place for kind of young professionals and new families is also going to be key to your growth over the long term as you're aging. Thankfully, we're in a time where 25-year-olds and 65-year-olds want kind of the same thing. You want kind of a variety of housing options, amenity-rich community. Investment in your downtown's been tremendous. So you've got a lot of things going your way, but that housing attainability piece that goes with attracting those kind of first-time home buyers and young families is going to be key. And that's not unique necessarily to where I look. That's a national trend that everyone's experiencing. But how do we look at housing attainability and how does that influence our land planning and housing policies? Let's see. In terms of, I guess, we've talked about Woodbird. I think the fact that you're a built-out community, again, means that we have to be very careful about how we're accommodating growth and change over time. So it's being very sensitive to, I think, neighborhood context and looking at strategies for infill and reinvestment that respect kind of neighborhood character, recognizing you do need to get a bit more intense maybe in your baseline uses to be able to encourage reinvestment. So that's definitely something we see as a pitch point and an area of kind of land use planning discussion for this effort. As we talk about changes in densities, we talk about kind of the where of some of these investment opportunities. That needs to be kind of first and foremost, I think, is context-sensitive development. Trying to think what else. The sustainability piece we've talked about already. That's something we want to continue to kind of encourage and integrate in this planning process. From a transportation planning standpoint, we know there's long-term plans from SEMCOG about transit investments, road diets. So again, I think it's going to be how do you make sure you're leveraging transportation investments to benefit the surrounding area, not just be a throughput or a mover of people and cars. That integration will be a key piece. Anything else, guys?
That's pretty good. You're good. Thanks.
Yeah, I think housing affordability is, it's kind of universal, but it's certainly the case here and the ability to improve properties without them, without displacement. I think, and improve from the standpoint of performance as well, weatherization and other things that tie into other priorities of the city.
I guess just one more thing to just tack on from the infrastructure standpoint. As we talk about housing reinvestment and more density in certain areas, making sure the infrastructure capacity and the funding mechanisms are in place to help with any, expansions that might be needed to current lines, for example. We're working in a couple of different communities where infill has definitely been prioritized, but now they don't have the funding mechanisms in place to actually fund kind of reinvestment in existing pipes. They only have the funding mechanism to fund the extension. So it's making sure those kinds of nuances are addressed as we talk about those approaches.
Good, thanks.
Mr. Curtis.
I was interested when you were talking earlier about, I think you used the phrase a momentum of engagement, and it occurs to me that, as you engage a community about master planning, that's not something everybody's thinking about day to day necessarily. Now, you may be, but not necessarily the rest of the people walking around. And so the quality of the initial contacts could be a little low, right? So the Socratic method teaches us that as you have a dialectic going, the quality of the conversation increases. Have you seen that true in your work? Like from the starting points to the ending points, there's a more sophisticated, deeper understanding of the discussion? And if so, how did you achieve that?
That is the goal. And I think, to walk through the Oak Park example, I think to show some of that momentum building. It starts with the information about the planning process and what the heck is a master plan, right? People have to understand, and you have to educate a bit up front about what you're actually trying to accomplish before you get into the question asking of what do you want to get out of this process? They have to even understand what the heck the process is to begin with. So I think in our approach, it always starts with education first and then transitions into the inquiry before you get into kind of the second line of inquiry, which is refining and kind of evolving kind of what people, what you're hearing, making sure people understand it, and then evolving that conversation further. So to your point, it is this dialectic that kind of builds on itself. And so I guess in terms of how we achieve that, it's working with staff on the communication side out front to make sure we're getting that information out there about what we're trying to achieve to begin with. And then again, hopefully as we go, I know, like, for example, you guys have an RFP, you wanted to have 4 neighborhood kind of engagements, each quadrant of the city up front. We can do that. A pivot on that might be to hold off on that and do it more towards the middle to make sure you have that momentum. So when you have those big events, people are ready to participate. But it's kind of, again, making sure you've got opportunities for engagement at each phase and that people understand you've listened and they can react to kind of what you're saying you heard.
Thanks. All right. Other questions? I have 2. I hope the first one's easy. You've got a whole section on community engagement and what you call, what's it called? Outreach technology. My question is, how much outreach technology, how much of that is part of the base contract? I noticed that sort of after the fact, your executive web-based executive plan is an extra, explanation plan is an extra. How about all that web-based sort of outreach technology? Is that part of your base contract?
So yeah, and I have the proposal here, so I'm just going to make sure I'm not misspeaking. So I mean, really, most of the traditional engagement we're including as part of the base. I think the only things we're not including as part of that base would be, I think, what we listed as the kind of the cutting edge. So it's the immersive environment, the 3D open house, the tracking portal. Those are things that we didn't see a clear ask for in the RFP, and we know your budget, and we're trying to work within those constraints. But when I'm looking at the other options, online questionnaire, map.social, interactive vision boards, that's that example I showed. Those are tools, like the interactive tool, I think we pitched in person and online. So that's the tool that's used for the online workshops that we'd be running, for example. So yes, those are included. Keypad polling, we don't charge extra for that. If we think it's going to be useful in a workshop, we have subscriptions to services we use on a regular basis that we can fold in. It's really just kind of working with you guys to agree on what makes sense. The pop-up engagement component, what's included is some of the collateral, but not our staff time for pop-up events. We think our time is better used advising and providing the strategy. Having us in town to staff a farmer's market, I think there's better uses of the resources for the planning process rather than working with staff and local volunteers perhaps on that effort.
Okay, I'm trying to get a feel for which one of those, that set of tools that you laid out there, are you going to use as part of your routine, and which ones we would have to say, hey, wait a minute, I like that one, I want to pay for that one.
Yeah, so I think page 74 and 75 are optional in that section that you're referring to.
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks. I have another quick follow-up. I would say we got about 2 minutes left by my clock. Your plan, the elements of your plan is going to include an economic development plan. That's what it says. How are you going to deliver that? What does that really mean? And who's your audience, I suppose? But I know I only gave you 2 minutes, but.
So so when we typically approach a planning process, within Michigan, we usually have a housing section, kind of a commercial industrial development section, and then transportation infrastructure, kind of the basic components. So economic development plan is really the commercial and industrial component of the land use plan, and then related policies that would support that.
Okay, are you going to study that aspect of the community?
Yes. Just like we were talking about housing attainability, we also need to be looking at where you need to be investing in kind of neighborhood commercial districts, or I know your industrial base is kind of small here, but is there industrial investments that need to be happening? Looking at office development trends and kind of what's happening in downtown versus maybe elsewhere in the community. So that's, we need to have policies that complement the land use plan, and the land use plan has to address those kinds of uses. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so, and House Seal Levine does that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Other questions? No one? All right. Well, it's been about 55 minutes, so I'd say that that can wrap it up. We really appreciate your presentation. We'll take it all into account and consideration. Thanks for traveling here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the invite.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
all.
everyone.
Thank you.
We will take a short recess.
Okay.
All right. Is Smith Group ready to proceed?
Yeah, I was curious, Joe, can you open this in Acrobat? Can you, on the top there where it says open, does it give you the option to open it in Acrobat? Or down? Just so that it can fill the screens.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it's still downloading.
There we go. And then full screen, full screen.
Or you can move the bar over to hide.
There we go.
There we go. Great.
All right. We'll get going here. We'll introduce ourselves, and then you'll introduce yourselves, and you'll proceed with your presentation. Commissioner Douglas.
Charlotte Douglas, City Commissioner.
Joseph Murphy, Director of Planning.
Aaron Liao, City Attorney.
Hello, Woody Gantina.
Eric Klooster.
And Paul Curtis.
And I'm Gary Casada. I'm the chairperson. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Duffy. I'm a planner at Smith Group. Suzanne Schultz with Progressive AE.
And Janet Atarian, a principal at Smith Group. So I just want to say hello and thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. We know that we are last, but we feel we are far from least. And we know it's also late, so we're hoping that our energy will be a little bit of a cup of coffee. But we're really, really delighted to be here. We think we bring a great team that brings a lot of national expertise, but also, most importantly, a lot of really local knowledge. Next slide, please. So playing up on that, we have worked across the country. Our team has worked together across the country. But most importantly, we are from Southeast Michigan. We live here. Kathleen lives in Royal Oak. Suzanne is from Grand Rapids. I live in Grosse Pointe Park. We live in this community and around in Southeast Michigan. We work here. Kathleen and I were just driving all around Royal Oak this past week, looking at things. It really matters to us that Southeast Michigan and Royal Oak thrives and really creates wonderful places for communities to live. And we've done this work in communities similar in Michigan. We've worked with all of you on other efforts, and we're really delighted to have this opportunity to continue that partnership. Next slide. So, as I said, my name is Janet Atarian. I am a principal at Smith Group in our Detroit office. I am an urban designer and a licensed architect. I also lead our mobility practice nationally across the firm. I have had 30 years of experience, about 23 of those working for cities. I was the Complete Streets Director for the City of Chicago, and I was also the Deputy Director for the Planning Department for the City of Detroit. So I really understand what it means to get these things done on a city side, and what it takes to drive change management within cities, and how to build consensus, and all of the opportunities and challenges there are when you're doing a master plan with a city. I've had a lot of experience really working in neighborhoods. That's been the focus of my career, both in Chicago and Detroit. I led the neighborhood planning efforts that have recently been done in the city of Detroit. I led a lot of really focusing on neighborhood business districts within the city of Chicago. And really bringing that all together to be focused on people, on place, and on mobility, and how these things come together with things like housing and land use, and really coming together to create complete communities. And with that, I want to turn it to Suzanne.
Joe, next slide, please. Thanks. So I'm Suzanne Schultz. I too have almost 30 years of experience. I was in consulting and then worked for the city of Grand Rapids for 20 years. and then went back into consulting about 2.5 years ago. So I've been on both sides of it, and I know what it takes to get done. I'm super passionate about two huge things. One is implementation, actually having the community's voice result in something that they can see how that translated and affected things. And then just the community engagement process, how you get people motivated and excited about what you're doing. It's those goosebump moments where you have somebody say, I can see my voice. You know, it changed throughout this whole process and I could see my voice. Or even for me, I was the project manager in 2000 for the City of Grand Rapids Master Plan. So the arc of my career was implementing that 20-year time horizon. And when you have somebody who comes up 14 years later after the plan's been done and says, my name's in this master plan, this is what it meant to me, and they're super passionate about it, those are the moments where you get goosebumps. And so I really would hope to bring that to Royal Oak.
Next slide. Hi, Kathleen Duffy here. I've been with Smith Group for 4.5 years, but for the 9 years prior to that, I worked in downtown Royal Oak at Washington and 4th for a small little planning firm called LSL Planning. And through those years, I've been a renter, I've been an owner, but I've been a resident and paying attention to all of the growth and opportunities that have happened in the last 13 years, but equally as excited about what's going to happen in the next 13. Hopefully I will still be living here I plan to live here that long. I think we're at a critical moment in Royal Oak, having celebrated our centennial. What is the next 100 years going to look like? And having worked with Woody and others on the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, realizing how important we are at this critical point, both for the environment, but also from an equity standpoint and making sure that we're welcoming to everyone. My expertise really lies in preserving character of communities. So I bring a design aspect to primarily land use planning, and thinking about character and analyzing neighborhoods is really where I start to geek out. So as a passive observer, I try not to think about planning when I'm home, living and working in Royal Oak, but it's hard not to, and understanding those differences and how we, as a community, want to embrace the things that we all love, generally the downtown and our parks, but I think that the crux of Royal Oak are its neighborhoods, and I have written many, many master plans and done analyses for communities as small as Lexington, Michigan, and Ironwood, up in the UP all the way to Las Vegas, and getting down into that kind of transect of opportunities, both from the density that happens in a downtown to the smaller single-family neighborhoods, and what we want to do to evolve and change over the future, but ultimately preserve that character. Next slide. So we just represent 3 of a broader team. Smith Group and Progressive AE are big interdisciplinary planning and design firms, and our team that will be working on this project represents just a small handful of those expertise, but who we're really looking at tapping throughout the process is an intersection of people that have a passion for helping communities and helping communities change in a very positive and proactive way. So in addition to the 3 of us and our teams back at Smith Group and Progressive, we have our friends at Renovare Development, and I know them for their housing advocacy work throughout the state. They are getting workforce and attainable housing built, and we also have Altogether Studio, who we're working with on a couple corridor projects right now, and their focus is really on messaging and making sure that when we're working with Progressive's approach on engagement and working with Judy at City Hall on communications, that we're making sure that we're packaging all of this plan in a way that's accessible and attainable to the average person, so that they feel like their voice is being heard, but also know what's going on. I think making sure that what happens behind the dais goes out into the community, and making sure that everyone has a voice at the table. Next slide, please. As we started thinking about what it is that we really bring to Royal Oak, I think what is so exciting is this intersection of skills and interest and opportunity. So I mentioned I always see opportunity here, and it's really fun to see when something gets built and I'm like, that's what I would have put on that lot. As we're diving into what really is the crux of a new master plan,
knowing that the last one has maybe reached the end of its lifespan. Thinking about where those opportunities intersect is what's most exciting. We may have the tendency to only talk about downtown or only talk about housing, but I think it's all of those things and where they come together in this kind of 15-minute neighborhood approach of, I love that I can walk to get coffee and ride my bike here and there, and how do we make sure that that maintains in the future our small town kind of ability to meet our needs within a small radius, but also accommodating in an equitable way people aging in place and everything that we're learning from the AARP task force and the SCAP task forces, and bringing that together in a master plan is really where you get to see those things integrated in a variety of topics, but also in tangible, real ways that the public understands.
Next slide. So we have the technical expertise that we're bringing to the table. The community is bringing their lived experience. And so they are the experts of Royal Oak. They're going to tell us what's most important to them. And so we provided you with kind of a menu of engagement opportunities, which we can certainly, I'm not going to go through that whole menu right now. We can discuss that, I think, hopefully in the Q&A. But one of those things that we wanted to highlight was the idea of a game that really understands, kind of builds empathy, people understanding kind of the life cycle of if you want everyone to be feeling welcome in Royal Oak, that they have a place here. It's all ages, all abilities, and being able to build empathy where people are understanding others' situation in life. Maybe they can't drive a car and they need to walk or bike or use transit. What are those different scenarios? And so the game is a way to have that conversation. It's really a meeting in the box. And we actually tested it on Kathleen. So the next slide. So we're like, Kathleen, tell us about this. And so their lived experience, that intersection of things that Kathleen talked about, from where you shop. So she's worried about crossing Dearborn from where she is, or Woodward, I'm sorry, Woodward to be able to go to the market, or go down Woodward to be able to go to the zoo. And her nieces, she likes to take to the 2 parks nearby her house. So how those things work together to create community. So it's not just this or that, it's all of those, that whole, and that's how people live their lives. And so we want to be able to really represent that and talk about it in this process. So next slide, please. So our process that we're proposing is really about building alignment from beginning to end, and really taking people's ideas to get to implementation. That process isn't just a one hit where you're just getting people together at once. It's a conversation. It's building relationships. And that takes time. It takes time to have those conversations, for people to ruminate over ideas and come back and have some more discussions, to build champions in the implementation of the plan. My experience in Grand Rapids, when you talk about Green Grand Rapids, that was a different master planning effort that we did around green infrastructure. And one of the topics was the river, and how do we implement plans for the river. During the process, we identified champions through those discussions. A new nonprofit ended up being created, and they've raised over $40 million to restore the rapids to the river. It starts with the conversation and a plan process. It also starts, that conversation starts with the community's expectations and what they hope to achieve in those dreams, and really being able to start with listening and learning and having that dialogue, but then coming back to them, sharing ideas, taking it up a level once you have that technical expertise sprinkled with it, and then going back to them and asking if you've got it right. So that implementation piece and guiding it begins really at that stage where you're starting those conversations. It's not at the end. So next slide, please.
So, in conclusion, we think we bring a lot of great experience. It's national as well as very much local, and it's action-oriented. We are adaptable. You heard this iterative process. It's great to have all that knowledge, all that experience, all these techniques, but what's the right set for Royal Oak? That is going to be really important, and we're going to be working really closely with staff to really come up with the right set of recommendations from the engagement process all the way through the recommendations that are going to work for you. That's really, really important. This is going to has to be a plan that's going to work for you, work for your team. We are trusted. That means a couple of things. You heard the fact that to build champions, you have to build trust. Trust doesn't happen overnight. I know you all know that. That's something you have all been working on. It's a journey. We're here now to come in and support you with this process. And so that's also part of the reason why for us, engagement throughout the process is really important, because that's part of that trust. We are also a trusted partner. So our clients come back and work with us again and again and again over time, because they know that we're not here to show off about ourselves. We're here to make it work for you, and we really want to be that trusted partner for you. We're empathetic. That's that listening piece. And more importantly, we want to make people listen to each other. That's that game of life, right? It's not so much whether they listen to us. Obviously, we need to listen to them, and we want to bring our wisdom and our best practice, but we also really want people to listen to each other, because that's how you get to consensus. Not because everyone's going to agree on the same thing, but they're going to understand that there are those different points of view, where they come from, and they have mutual respect, right? And then we're going to be action-oriented, because we all do have a lifetime of planning experience. We know what it means when you create plans that sit on a shelf and don't go anywhere. We're not interested in that. We also have a lifetime of actually implementing plans and building things. And that's one thing about our firms, and it's about us personally. And we want to make sure that we're getting you an action-oriented plan. So that means that it is got clear values, it's got clear priorities, it's aligned with realistic funding and looking for some creative solutions there. It means that, like I like to say, we've wound up, the plan winds up the pitch, but there's got to be someone to catch it. And it means that we have built those champions, so that when the issues come up, controversial or not, people have the belief in the plan that they say, yep, that's what we agreed with the plan, we're going to move forward with this. And I just want to say thank you, and we're really delighted to answer your questions and hopefully have a great conversation with you.
If you click to the next slide, Joseph, there we go. Hopefully, can you kind of hover with your cursor over? We'll see if this works. Maybe it won't. They're links. So we're excited to facilitate a question and answer session with you now. We have some topics and slides to supplement, depending on what you just stay on the orange slide, and I'll tell you based on, we can talk about any of these topics or hear questions from you, and I may just say, hey, can you head to this slide?
All right, we have questions for Smith Group. All right, I'll bite right away. Tell me about implementation. What do you mean by that? That sounds like something that comes after you get a plan.
That's the next slide. So as Janet was saying, it's really important to be thinking about implementation from the very beginning. And so there are going to be little low-hanging fruit opportunities that percolate throughout the whole process, and we keep a running list of every possible way that idea from the community or something that we see. Really having the plan is as important as having the implementation strategies, so that you can actually accomplish something at the end of the day. I wanted Janet to jump in a bit on building towards implementation.
Yeah, so a plan is really obviously really important, right? This is this sort of unifying document that allows us to say we've got shared values, we've got shared priorities, and we have some concrete actions that we're going to take. But getting it to go from those ideas to actually getting those actions implemented, right? Making sure that when those opportunities come, or when you're doing your TIP, or all those what you're deciding what to do with your ARPA funds, and the host of other decisions that get made, that this plan is really aligned to help you do that better and easier, right? And that you've built the right tools and the right capacity and that sense of ownership, so that when that development comes along, there isn't necessarily that you have to rehash everything that you supposedly already talked about in your master plan, but that you're able to sort of build from that and understand and make decisions. So what does that mean? It means that we really understand what our priorities are, and I like to call it where there's the resistance and where there's a little bit more give, so that you can understand where your early wins can be, right? Because that's getting to that trust. If people trust the plan, they're going to have more faith in that, and then they're going to be more supportive and allow the process to move forward. So where are those early wins? Thinking about that while we're doing the planning process, the funding opportunities and aligning those, but not just like new sources or where you're going to spend ARPA or even your TIP, but actually understanding where you're spending your money today and how we can use those dollars and leverage them to actually realign them to some of the goals that you have in the plan. As I mentioned, it is really understanding those priorities, so you can set up a 6 months to 3 year plan, even though you're also doing that 20-year, North Star sort of vision. That's what's going to, again, allow staff to move forward with confidence about where they're going to go with the plan next. And then, again, that capacity. So as Suzanne mentioned, right, these kinds of things don't get done just because of commissions or even because of staff. They really need that alignment across your business sector, your residents, your nonprofits. Everyone needs to be bought into this and have capacity, because that's really when cities are able to step into the future and make change in a progressive way that people feel comfortable with and maintains what's really important to the community in terms of character.
Yeah, and to add to priorities, I like alliteration. So I'll add policies, programs, practices, all those components of city government, those systems and how those systems work, and trying to understand those and pick those things off. It's not just the planning department's responsibility to implement. It's the communities, it's all city staff, and how do you get that alignment by looking at those things to make that happen.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Mr. Curtis?
Just on the topic of alignment, talk to me about Smith Group's capacity to do some economic study of forces, market forces, other available resources. Who on the staff is going to be looking at that, and how does that work in your approach?
Sure. So we all look through an economic lens on everything. So I partner with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation on their Redevelopment Ready Communities program, and look at things from a market perspective, thinking about both what's driving jobs, but also the housing. I know you had a TMA done by Sharon Woods, working with her on downtown Lansing plan coming up. We have a variety of partners that if you want a full-blown market study, we can do that. But each of us already knows how projects get built, and tapping into what the development climate is like is really where we're going to lean on our partners at Renovare, because they know the capital stacks that it takes to get projects built. Our partners at Smith Group that are architects and developers are constantly getting projects built. So one example is working with the city of Ann Arbor on their, they have an affordable housing millage, and their housing commission was building new affordable units in downtown. So our team comes in and helped them with kind of the pre-entitlement process of both doing a market study, more so the types of units, number of units, understanding that, frankly, right now, when it comes to housing, you need it all. There are lots of rules of thumb that we use, and it's really, the trends right now are really pretty comparable in most places in terms of housing. I think as we're looking at business districts especially, we're seeing the ability to kind of recalibrate what we're thinking about in terms of office and retail spaces. And so it's kind of an integrated approach, thinking about economic development strategies. We have another partner that we team with regularly that literally will come in and do both a marketing strategy and economic development strategy, CIB planning, they're tagged there in our extra services as well, and they provide even more like economic development strategies that goes beyond our expertise. I don't know if there's any other market comments.
Just personally from my experience, I think studies, it depends on the study you want and what the outcome is that you're trying to achieve. So if your outcome that you're trying to achieve is minority business ownership, right, and wealth building in communities of color, that's a different kind of study than just tell me what the retail leakage is of this area. And so I think we'd want to work with you to identify what that is. We know tons of people everywhere and what their specialty is. We're partnering in Danville, Virginia with 2 economic consultants, one to work on equity issues and wealth building in minority communities, and the other to give us more of a global view, because there's a mega site right next door, and to understand all those dynamics. So it kind of really depends on the outcomes and really what the question is that you're seeking to answer.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. In fact, you used a word that I like too, which is the idea of trust. But there are always, divisive issues, divisive people, polarized groups in communities, and Royal Oak is no different. How do you bridge those gaps? How do you bring those people together?
Can you flip to slide 17? Is that possible? Yeah, keep going. Right there. That back right there. That one.
So at the bottom of the slide, you see inform, listen, involve, collaborate, and empower. Those are all different levels of engagement that you can do. It's just, I'm going to inform you and tell you about something, and I hope you remember it. Or I'm going to listen to what you're saying, and I may do something with it. Or from the community standpoint, now you're going to get your hands dirty and get involved in the creation of something. And then we're going to collaborate. To the next level is how do you get groups working together to problem solve, to the point of, well, I'm going to do it myself, or I have permission from the city to now create a nonprofit. And even just by policy, as the master plan is a policy document, it can be a very powerful tool to do that. And so the process that we've designed is really around trying to focus on how do you build that trust, how do you build those advocates for the process, but that they're listening to one another. So we've really intentionally designed the process based on our professional experience and knowing what it takes to get to that finish line. And then your work's not done. The plan's not, it's just not done. You have to then prove to the community that you actually did these things to build that trust and to demonstrate that you listened and to get to that implementation and all those steps that Janet talked about. So we've really tried to build that right into the process with the different options that we've provided you for discussion.
I think trust too comes from a couple of things. It is putting people, giving them a chance to actually lead a little bit, right? So one of the ways that we've often had a lot of success with trust, and I'm not suggesting this is exactly how we would do it here, but we've actually allowed the community to be part of the presentations, right? So again, they're not listening to us tell them, they're listening to their fellow resident tell them about some aspect of the things. Particularly works good with sort of existing condition stuff, right? Because communities people can really talk about that, right? So that's one really great tool to building trust is, engaging people as much as possible to be the process and to listen to each other is really important with trust building. The other part, as mentioned, is really important that you not afraid to explain things to people. We have a tendency to be like, if people have less information, this will cause less problems. I'm not saying, it's a share everything festival, but I find that our role as experts is to very clearly and transparently explain why we're making the recommendations we're making. That way, what to me success and where trust comes from is not because all of you say, you're right. It comes when all of you say, you know, I really understand what you're saying, but here's how I disagree. That's okay. That's fine. We're going to be able to respond. We're going to be able to have a dialogue. We can build trust on that. But if you have a sense that I'm not recommending this because I have some secret agenda or because I already made up my mind and I just am really, you know, telling you this because it's already a foregone conclusion, right? Those are the things that break trust down. But if I'm saying, hey, I listened to you, this is what I believe I heard you say, here's where we're coming back with recommendations and why we think they're the best recommendations. And you can say, okay, I heard you. I now understand and I agree, or I agree with most of this but just disagree with this part, or here's what I would add or change. That really is how you get trust. And that means a little bit of vulnerability. And that's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Questions? More questions? Mr. Klooster, I was looking at you.
I knew you were. I felt it. So, as a resident yourself and your slide, you know Woodward is a challenge, potentially.
Really?
So maybe can you speak a little bit to the opportunities, the challenges working with MDOT or state departments of transportation and other communities, cities, and just how that process can work and what you see as
Yes.
the path forward.
So when I was at my previous firm, we worked with the Woodward Avenue Action Association on the complete streets, kind of thinking about how we can have transit-oriented development along the corridor. I worked with Birmingham on a plan for the Southern Gateway, which is really the part abutting Royal Oak that didn't get adopted, but the process was still really useful to be thinking about how development can intensify and change along the corridor, but thinking about it with transit in mind. Right now we're finishing up Ferndale's master plan, and they were very successful at being very persistent and lobbying MDOT over and over for changes, and they partnered with Pleasant Ridge on that. And I see the Woodward 5 as a loose organization of leadership among Pleasant Ridge, Huntington Woods, Berkeley, Royal Oak, and Ferndale, and I think it could extend to Birmingham. I think we can get them on board to put some pressure on MDOT. I think there are a couple places where working with our neighbors is going to be really key. I'd loop in Madison Heights and Troy and others, Hazel Park, on this like southern Oakland County resiliency really needs a lot of partnerships as well. But putting pressure on DTE and other organizations to think differently about how we collectively can make change. But I think that it's going to have to be a regional approach, especially on Woodward, knowing that we only occupy for part of it one side. I'm gonna toss it to Janet, who is the expert of dealing with MDOT on things. I will say, in my 15 years of working, I have seen MDOT become more amenable to working with communities, and so I would like to hope that all of these studies that we've done through the years with complete streets and rapid transit, as one that does walk pre-pandemic and yet to do it during the pandemic, to the fast stop at 11 and Woodward from my house and take my dear life in my hands every time I cross that street. There are things that we can do. Berkeley tried at 12 Mile with the pavement stuff. There's more we can do, and I think we can set that up in the plan and start talking to them sooner rather than later, as well as the Road Commission for Oakland County, on key priorities, because it's part of a system, and we can learn from what Ferndale has done. So take it away, Janet.
Yeah, so I've spent a lot of time working with MDOT. When I first came to the city of Detroit, I immediately got thrown into I-94, I-375, and the Gordie Howe International Bridge, and renegotiated all of those projects with MDOT. So that's on a very big scale, I know. But a lot of trust building actually there with them, and it was very, I pride myself on things when folks like at MDOT say, you know, we never had anybody really to talk with, and it's been really great to have you. But I think more importantly, and maybe more applicable to your situation, I also created the Complete Streets program for the city of of Detroit. And when we went through and we did our neighborhood plans and I identified the catalytic streets we wanted to do, several of them were MDOT streets. MDOT wasn't investing in local streets, right? They tell you all the time, oh, 90% has to go to our main highway trunk lines, and we only have this small amount to spread to the local streets, right? The story goes on and on and on. Oh, you want to do a road diet, you got to go through the road diet checklist, right? And we're going to make that as difficult as possible for you. So I have overcome those things. We got them to invest and pay for the improvements we did on Grand River. They hadn't invested in a local road in Detroit in, generation. And we're getting them to do more and to really support work on the local streets. I'm not going to tell you to walk in the park. It's not. It is not. But I think that if you come to them with good, sound technical expertise and arguments, and I personally am someone who have spent a lot of time working in DOTs, so I understand, and planning departments, so I understand that interface very well. I think that, as Kathleen said, if you come with some consensus, right? Whenever you're asking MDOT to take that step, that leap forward, where they're going to do something maybe that they don't normally do, what they want to know is that they're not going to get in trouble for it. I mean, besides the money. Then we got the money piece too, but some of it is that they want to know that, are we going to be stepping into something? And one of the things that MDOT is doing more than they ever have before is they're saying, okay, we're hearing it, the community really wants something different. We're not 100% sure yet what we're comfortable with, and they're doing these Pell studies. They're doing one in Washtenaw now. They're going to be doing one in Gratiot, and they did Michigan Avenue. And that can be a real opportunity to get some real alignment, and the master plan can really set you up for that. So that then that process really allows MDOT to sort of tiptoe into the comfort level so that then they can come in and make the investment. I think the key, though, with Woodward is going to be, and I love what Ferndale is doing, so I don't want to criticize it, but, people are so tired of waiting on the transit piece that they said, okay, we've got to slow the street down and we're going to do things like bike lanes. But I think one of the key questions of Woodward is how much of it is about the bikes and the peds, and how much is it about transit, and how do we try to bring that together to really create a complete street for everyone.
One final thing on that is, it's not just the transportation of Woodward, it's the businesses.
Yeah.
And it's what it looks like and how it functions.
And the land
and
use.
we have good examples in Royal Oak, and we have not so good examples. And I've been talking to everyone about this plan. One friend was saying, well, downtown Royal Oak, yeah, like Trader Joe's, and they were listing all these things on Woodward and thinking that was downtown Royal Oak. And like, you've never been to downtown Royal Oak, have you? And so the perception, I think, for people that don't live here or are just a passerby or using Woodward as a thoroughfare, I think it's incumbent upon us, if people agree, to have an emphasis on that Woodward isn't just our backside. It's not just our kind of strippy area of the city, that it's actually, we want to embrace it as a gateway into the community. And I think we can advocate for more if we embrace it as this is a key component that is not replicating what's downtown. It's something different, but it's important that this looks good, that it functions well, and it represents everything that's happening behind it, which is beautiful development generally.
All right. More questions? Okay, I'll ask another one. You had 4 things up there. Tell me about engagement.
Great. Let's flip down to those slides, please. Right there. Yeah, right there. Maybe one up from that would be great.
Yeah, and then we'll have you click through. This is the matrix that was in the response for the proposal, and really we gave you some options to try to think about each phase, and as we're going through that. So on the next slide, the first piece, when we're talking about building champions and broadening or sharing the load in the community, the question in our minds was, does the planning commission want to bear that whole load? You've got busy agendas and everything else, or is it a steering committee where you're
building champions right from the get-go or partners, something that would make sense. There's pros and cons, and I identified those in the scope proposal, so you can weigh those. But that was one question that we had, kind of thinking about the approach that we're suggesting in the plan process. The second one, if you switch, obviously kind of the engagement listening and all the stakeholders. You've done this in other engagement plans, your sustainability plan and the work that you're doing. It's that reaching out to those core groups. So that's not a big question. It's just kind of how do we want to do that, and in cooperation with staff, extend that reach. The third slide is listening discussions or panel discussions. Learning is a really key point in this as we're talking about kind of that listening, learning components. Learning for us, we're proposing two different ways. The listening sessions would be the Planning Commission or the Steering Committee listening to groups that are already doing work in Royal Oak and them sharing what they're already doing. So we're looking for those early wins and alignment really early on. And so having those conversations and trying to pick those pieces out so we can kind of figure out how we can also boost them in a process. Panel discussions, alternatively, would be listening to outside experts, bringing in, for example, MDOT and other bigger stakeholders that might influence your thinking. It could be economic development people, it could be somebody focused on health, but hearing some outside voices, really kind of in an intimate setting where you're having this interaction with them to get a base of knowledge to help you guide the plan process and identify major themes. The next slide is really kind of the meat of everything. In the RFP, it talks about sub-areas, and we'd love to talk to you more about kind of the sub-areas that were envisioned. The first approach in option one is taking those sub-area approaches, doing the 4 sub-areas and meeting with them and having discussions, and then rolling up what we've learned into the citywide master plan. The second approach is really kind of the reverse of that. Starting with community visioning, almost like an umbrella, and then having those discussions, what does the community want, and then thinking about how those sub-areas align with that overall citywide vision. The benefit to that is that you could then take that model and progress it even after the master plan is done. So if you're having a corridor plan, let's say, then the expectation is, well, if you're doing a smaller plan here, that too has to align with this bigger citywide vision. So you're constantly maintaining that alignment, even with future planning efforts or small area plans that you might do down the line with that bigger vision. And then option 3 is kind of a hybrid. Option 3 is kind of a hybrid of the two, is that you're kind of doing some bigger hits, but then also depends on the drive that you want for implementation, that we'd actually take even a deeper dive in those sub areas and identify strategies and dig deeper with a lighter touch on kind of the community-wide focus. So kind of some different options to talk about, but really wanted to kind of reflect that in the process and how we think about that process to really achieve those outcomes that you want, and that we'd hope to build that ownership and involvement of the entire community. The other one, we can go to the next slide, is really kind of the game of life we talked about, having virtual office hours or doing community surveys, trying to figure out kind of what you think would be the best approach to use to really reach out to people. And then I don't remember if there's
I think, just going back to that last one, I think that what is key is that people aren't coming to meetings like they used to and are getting more used to this virtual thing, but they're also looking for opportunities to just talk to people. And so I think the key here is that if you have big events, whether it's sub-area, big quadrant level meetings or workshops or charrettes and things like that, our fear is that if people miss that, they miss the boat and then lose the opportunity to participate. And so we really think it needs to be a multi-pronged event, because some people tune into your planning commission meetings, some people do want to come and serve on a task force like they have for the SCAP and the Aging in Place Task Force, but some people just want to take a passive survey, or some people just want to drop in and just ask us questions, ask city staff questions, or play a cool fun game. So it's just having a variety of options.
Yeah, and I would say processes can change in the middle. I have
Absolutely.
frequently, like every single process I think I've done, we've like paused in the middle of the process and said, this isn't where we're headed. We're headed over here, and we need to rethink and go back into our toolbox and find the right tools to engage the community, because this is where the community is leading us. So even if you said, I want this approach, that approach, or this approach, you know, if we're 6 months into it and we're seeing that the conversation is something different than we had anticipated, we're all for being nimble and adjusting to meet the needs of the community.
And these periodic, the idea of having phases and having checkpoints and milestones at key periodic times throughout the process will help us determine that rhythm and what's working and adjusting midstream if we need to.
One of the things that was very successful for us on the Joe Louis Greenway engagement plan was we actually asked people at the end of every meeting, what did we do well? What did we do well? About the engagement. And so that allowed us after every meeting to say, okay, how are we going to tweak it for the next round of engagement? And it was really, really helpful. It really constantly made us get better at what we were doing and how we were engaging with people. And I think that's part of that iterative process. It was just a quick survey, you know, 1 page as I was leaving. It's sort of like when you take a class and they ask you at the end, right? But it's really, really helpful. It makes you better, it keeps you on your toes, and it makes people feel like, oh, they want to know how they can even do that better, right? And that's actually one of the things that our partner
Next slide.
Altogether is really good at. I'm working with them right now on a project, and they are just really good at that sort of iterative communication and creating really fun and engaging tools and graphics and branding that really keeps people engaged and feeling like they're really informed.
Yeah, I think the key is that I know I teach trainings on public engagement, I teach trainings on master plans, and often there's the reluctant, why do we have to do public engagement question? And I want to be clear that public engagement is not just checking a box. And in this case, it's about working on the project at the same time. So we have a very robust engagement process outlined because we think that's going to be the best way to build consensus and trust, but also dig into where does the change really need to happen, and what are we will be doing some of our technical planning and understanding by hearing from people where the issues are, and not just presuming we have all the answers. So it's both listening, but it's also us testing ideas and whether some of those action strategies can work along the way.
And I don't want to beat implementation to death or the engagement to death, but I will say we in Grand Rapids, so I mentioned in 2000 I was a project manager for the master plan. We invested heavily in the engagement process and learning what the community's expectations were of us and of development and what their future land use should be. And that translated into talking about neighborhood character and what those components and those expectations are. So then when we revised the zoning ordinance, we actually threw out our 1969 zoning ordinance that had been amended 300 times. And I rewrote the whole thing. But we had the community actually, the key stakeholders that had been consistently involved in the master plan, actually we had checkpoints in with them with the zoning ordinance. And what that resulted in is now in Grand Rapids, 90% of the projects that come through for building permits are administratively approved. There's been billions of dollars of development, almost 10,000 housing units constructed. The community is seeing the projects that they wanted to see developed, but it's because those expectations were set in the plan process. And so that engagement and understanding really deeply what they want helps later on when you're working on your zoning. Because then you can you're really calibrating your code to those expectations, and then hopefully you're able to facilitate development in new and different ways that are more cost effective. So if housing is an issue and you're trying to worry about affordability, adding tons of studies and tons of process onto that doesn't make it any more affordable. And so how do you kind of facilitate development but get the right things where the community goes, yeah, that's what I wanted. You know, and then developer might still go back and talk to the neighbors. That's still an expectation. But at the end of the day, you're getting what you wanted, but we've
we've learned along the way on what that is.
And talking to the developers too.
Yeah.
Where are the hiccups? What's not working? Why can't we build it this way?
All right. Other questions? Mr. Curtis.
One of my favorite questions to ask in any situation is, what question have we not asked that we should have asked you?
Well, we didn't talk too much about some of the technical.
Right, that's what I'm wondering. We just hinted on zoning.
Oh, go back to that one slide.
It's like
I like
talking
slide 13.
Let's go to the let's do the
was it
next slide.
33.
So this is just go here for just a second. I just want to pause, and this is also getting at that idea of personas in the engagement process and really personalizing what land use and development decisions look like and how people use space. But then this kind of tees up the next, and then to jump, let's see, one more. This is good because I think, can you just, for my sake, go to the next one? It was giving me problems. Oh, it kind of worked. Okay, so yes, we'll go back to the first one. I think what's really key is understanding everything that's here to begin with. And we have one more, the GIS slide.
Forward.
There we go. Really looking at the analysis of what's here already, and I think we have a pretty robust understanding of that, having worked on the climate action plan and understanding a lot of the breakdown of the numbers. But what's really important is translating data and numbers and analysis. In my case, I will be going through and making a character map for the city of historical patterns and where duplexes exist already and where more things could be intensified, translating that data into infographics and ways for people to understand, but looking at the system as a whole. And I think that's where, as we're finishing up a couple master plans right now in Mason and Ferndale and Swartz Creek, it's that layering approach of what does the transportation system look like? What does land use look like? What does the housing patterns, where could resiliency really focus in on here? Where are the stormwater challenges? Layering all those approaches in our software and analysis tools, and if so desired, what will that look like in the future? So the next slide is this, again, City of Las Vegas. While it may not seem applicable, I think what's really cool about our approach there is looking at the opportunities for change. And so we built a scenario tool in our GIS modeling because we knew that the city had to accommodate however many more million people, but they only have so much water, right? And they only have so many places that have appropriate environmental justice concerns with heat, or reducing the heat island and reducing the amount of cars traveled. So some big existential crises, but we kind of tailored our approach based on what the future outlook could look like. And I think where that could prove helpful here is thinking about where do we want the density to occur. Like, the city is going to quote unquote grow. What does growth look like? It has been declining population. It has been increasing number of households. It's shrinking household size, but maybe more households, all of those things. Taking the data, thinking about what that actually looks like on the ground, and where can we fit people? And I think looking at those opportunities for change, we're working on it in some Michigan communities right now, and thinking about where are those targeted redevelopment opportunities, and building out policy and regulations, most importantly, is in your zoning to incentivize those things to happen as well.
I think building on that a little bit, one thing I would say too is this issue of sustainability and equity and inclusion. You maybe didn't hear us say those words too many times in what you heard, but for us, that is just it is baked into what we're saying. So equity and inclusion is about that engagement process that we talked to you about. And what that means is sometimes there's going to be not only maybe the stakeholder group and working with different communities. There may be certain communities we really need to focus in on, right? And give some special attention to, because that is part of how you develop those equity solutions, right? Those are certain communities that are going to be harder to get to. They're going to be the ones that don't show up. We're not going to hear their voices unless we make an extra effort, right? And then on the reverse side, when we're developing those policies, if we understand those metrics we're trying to achieve, that we're really making sure that we're giving you guys some benchmarks around that you can hold yourself accountable to, but that also you are able to actually measure and achieve, right? We often set metrics like they look really great, but nobody really knows how to measure them, and so they sort of kind of get like, they're there, but I don't know, maybe we made them, maybe we didn't, right? Those things are going to be really important. Right. The sustainability, all these things that we just talked about, we really understand that way systems come together to create resilience. And really, a good master plan creates a resilient community. Like, it's not this separate thing. It's not this layer you put on. It is about creating a great master plan, is creating a resilient community, because that is what's going to be sustainable for you guys. That's what's going to allow you to thrive with all the challenges that we can see and the ones we don't see, right? And so I just want to let you know that that's really baked into our process. I know we didn't talk about that,
Joe,
but
can you go
it's really
down
fundamental.
Just too quick on that, 2 slides. I think that's really key, and to not duplicate the work of your previous planning efforts, but building off of it, letting the Sustainability Climate Action Plan, aging task forces, and the mobility plan from 10 years ago, the master plan from the previous master plan, is what works, what doesn't, but adding new layers, which we talked about a bit during the SCAP project, of this idea of like, what are our goals, what are the values, and then how do we measure them? And as Janet's saying, the ability to measure them is key. And in Ferndale, which its plan is just going out for public review right now, we had very specific metrics, like so many, which you need in the climate action plan, right? That's got how much we're going to reduce carbon emissions by such date by doing this. Not every action can be measured with that level of specificity, nor does your staff have capacity to measure them. And that's what we decided in Ferndale, is we needed to set some metrics that had some flexibility inherent within them, with here's how you measure them, but we aren't going to hold you to that because it's a lot of data tracking. So we can go down that route if you'd like, but we don't have to. We can keep it accountable with specific strategies without creating a giant data burden. The SCAP's going to be enough tracking-wise on all of these categories to make sure that the master plan kind of aligns with those instead.
Well, how does the master plan actually help you achieve those metrics? Right. I mean, that's the key.
All right. Any other questions? It's been about 56 minutes. So,
most importantly, you are done.
Well, I really appreciate the presentation. Nice to meet you. Apparently you already met some of you. I haven't, but I think we did meet. I think we met up in Mackinac or something. I don't know where. But all right, very nice to make your acquaintance. Appreciate it, and we'll take it all under account.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate it, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to work with you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, are we taking a recess, or are we gonna? Yes, I don't think we need a recess. I think we need to talk about what our next steps are. That's what I think.
I'm taking a 2-minute recess.
Okay, that's a specific recess. Well, anybody else can take a recess if they want to, I suppose, but.
I want to take 2 minutes to say thank you for coming over and sharing all this with us. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your hard work over the years and your expertise.
Thank you, appreciate it. It's our pleasure and exciting opportunity, hard to pass on.
Yeah.
We were talking about who's local. I'm like, I was born at Beaumont, but then my parents we moved up to Traverse City when I was 4. So.
Traverse City, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice there.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
That's what I wanted, yeah, I think we need to hear from Mr. Murphy what he would advise us.
Cool.
What?
Don't click on that.
Don't click that, that looks scary. I'm turning off my computer in protest.
My eyes are getting a little burned out.
Oh, we lost Mr. Murphy. Joe Murphy here. All right, well, I guess I should put that thing back on. Yeah, I mean, the next order of business, in my view, is to map out what the next steps are in addressing the, the selection process. That's what we need to do. And we are missing 2 members, but I think they probably, I know Ms. Beege said she was going to watch it, so she'll be up to speed.
So yeah, so is that something that I think we would want to have sort of an open discussion amongst ourselves in terms of what each one of us individually gleaned from the presentations, ultimately getting to a point where I think we probably all internally have ranked all the firms. We should probably have a discussion around that, but then ultimately, obviously we need to take a vote on that. But is that something that we need to set a timeline for? One meeting to discuss?
I think it's something worth talking about. Also, the extent to which I wasn't even sure. Are we advising the department, or are they advising us on this? I mean, who is it? Mr. Leal, you probably know the answer to this, I hope. In order for the city to engage the consultant here, is it we're required to vote on it and make a recommendation to the city commission? Is that the process?
It would be a recommendation. The contract to be approved between the city and the awardee would have to be approved by the city commission, especially at the price point that for each of those proposals came in at.
We don't get to spend $300.
Of course, we want to hear from Mr. Murphy how this is. As soon as he saunters over here. So I see you wanted to take a recess because you actually had something to do, but I didn't realize that. All right, we're sort of back in the record. I don't think we ever went off the record. What we want to do is discuss what the pathway here to discharging our duty on the selection process is. What are the next steps? Do you have advice for us?
I think it would be wise to hear what members think were the highlights from each, and I think we can see if that leads to a motion for a recommendation to the city commission to enter into contract. But I think all that starts with an assessment of what we thought of tonight of each of them, strengths and things, whether they touched on the items that we wanted them to, and whether we can see ourselves working with them, most importantly, to developing a master plan. So I think we just get the ball rolling with a little bit of conversation.
Okay, but this is a work session, so we're not voting on anything tonight. correct?
That's correct. There's no action item posted for tonight.
And is that a public hearing or a non-public hearing? When we do have an action item?
It would be just any other item. It's not a public hearing unless you want to make it into a public hearing.
It's not required to be.
It's not required to be. Okay, so what we need to do is at some future agenda, because this is a work session, at a future date at a regular meeting, we're going to have a discussion. It'll be on the agenda, and we'll discuss it and have a vote because we have to do that in public. We can also discuss it here without a vote.
Mm-hmm. How's your July agenda look?
The biggest item is OCC and their expansion.
Okay.
I think there may be one or two others.
Okay, so not bad.
Not bad.
Okay.
So we could do it in July.
Yeah.
All right.
If you feel like you want to talk about it tonight, I think it would be helpful. If you want to wait, that's fine as well.
All right. I thought that was. Does somebody want to pop off? Let's
not one to be
let's see
shy.
Mr.
I'll
Kluster.
talk. So I think what we saw from Smith Group was probably the most comprehensive approach to the things we asked for. The Halsey Levine's technology and their discussion on community engagement, on building up to attendance. My experience with community engagement is it can be spotty if you don't do all the legwork to make it effective. So from a community engagement standpoint, I really appreciated that. Like, okay, we have to have small touch points. We have to build the foundation such that we can have a 300-person event and it's worthwhile. I'm a technology person, so I really enjoyed their technology approach to innovating the planning process. But as far as understanding the community and having that leg up of like what are the right questions to ask, how should we structure these things, from my perspective, the local knowledge embedded within Smith Group had shown through. Also, like all their communication pieces work at a lot of levels, right? So DPZ was incredibly technical, right? That doesn't sell well with not technical people who are probably the majority of the engagement that we'll do. Halsey Levine again was better, right? So it's a very technical approach, but the way they communicate complex things was palatable. Smith understood everything was an infographic, everything was easily translated so that it's okay, I understand what that means. I'm not grasping to try and understand what we're talking about here. So at high level, I would kind of rank them in reverse order of how we talked to them.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Commissioner Douglas.
I have opinions. So DPZ, I mean, they are, thank you. DPZ pioneers in new urbanism. I mean, they really wrote the textbook for many planners today. And their use of charrettes as a tool, again, this was a pioneering planning technique. And yet, I feel like they've got all their eggs in that basket. I thought the other two teams had a much more diverse toolkit of community engagement tools. Gary and I both latched on to their statement that this was going to be a transept-based, forum-based outcome, and I feel like, when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, and I sort of feel like that's DPZ. Halsey Levine, yeah, their technology tools are great. Their graphics are great. I mean, they're famous for that. And certainly they've got that global experience as planners. And I thought they told their story well. But at the end of the day, Smith Group is about people. Like everything they talked about, all of their approaches are about people and human solutions and conversations, and that local knowledge, those boots on the ground. I think that's a premium service. And more than any of these groups, they talked about some of the things that are very close to our hearts about sustainability, about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those are themes in what they're doing, not incidental to what they're doing. So, I mean, if it were up to me, it would be Smith Group.
All right, any other comments?
So I have a little
Mr.
bit of
Gattina, go
a
ahead.
different take. As one would expect, if you could pluck certain things from all the different presentations and meld them together, you'd have sort of the perfect response. I think the DPZ is perfectly well qualified. I kind of agree with the fact that they have their process, and you will either fit within their process or you won't. But it's a very well-defined, very efficient process, I'm sure. I really did appreciate Halcyon Levine's technology. I think that is a very good tool that we would be able to implement for a very positive outcome. I, on the other hand, with Smith Group, thought their, at least the way that they explained it and the way I received it, seemed much more scattershot in terms of what their approach was. The feeling that I got was a lot of, we'll sort of figure it out as we go, which is very different than the other two in terms of defined process, and that's the process that will be implemented. I will speak from experience in terms of Smith Group, and at least the product that we got from them with the SCAP work was a little bit of over-promising and under-delivering at the end of the day, which was a bit unexpected. So, in terms of ranking them, I actually would probably rank Smith Group third of the three, based on what I saw today and my experiences from the past. And I don't know yet in terms of DPZ or Halcyon Levine which one I think would be the best fit for us yet. It's something I need to stew on a little bit, but those are my impressions.
All right, thank you.
I'll point out that Judy Davids was kind enough to come and join us today to give us her insight on what she heard about the community engagement process. So I would like to hear from Judy and what her thoughts are.
Yeah, so honestly, the good news, it says the green dot.
No, it's the bar. Yep, there you go. Nope, now you turn it off.
Sorry. So the good news is I could imagine myself working with any of them. I think this was really exciting for me to watch. I'm like a visual person too, so I really appreciated the second group. And I appreciated their technology. And I can tell you that we worry a lot of times about like older people not participating, but older people are more determined to have their voices heard. We see that in public comment. We never see anybody like under 35 hardly speak in public comment. And so I think that there's the potential to with the technology tools to get some younger people, to get them kind of excited about this process, because one of the things we deal with, a lot of people here and a lot of different people come in and do different things, and I often hear like, oh, I used to live in Royal Oak, from somebody that's like over 35. And I always wonder, like, why don't you live here anymore? And I feel like that's the voice that we don't, as much as we worry about not hearing older people's voices, we never hear like young people's voices ever. I don't know why they live here when they're young and then they leave. I don't know what happens. I came here when I was young and I stayed here. So, but anyways, obviously the last group was like so like hyper local focused. I mean, I think that's like a big plus. But I'll leave it up to you. I can work with any of them. So, and it will be really exciting. So.
All right, thank you.
I'd be the hopefully last voice because I'm 4.5 hours in and tired, which is one of my comments here about making any kind of decisions. said, I'm 4.5 hours in and tired. But yeah, I didn't see DPZ as a hammer. I saw DPZ as a really elaborate tools developed over decades of effective work. And so I'm pretty sure they got some screwdrivers and some other things in their bag besides hammers. And so I was excited to see, and I heard them talk about, equity and sustainability, and I was really excited to read their presentation in the first place and meet them here and hear from them. I think I really liked the local expertise that the Smith Group obviously has a wealth of, right? Like they know a lot about our community. And I know you guys love Halcyon Levine's technology, and I'm sure it's lovely. I'm pretty sure the other two groups can handle technology pretty well too. So if you're asking for a rank, I guess I'd go DPZ, Smith, and Halcyon Levine third. That's my initial take, but I'm tired.
All right, thank you very much. I was impressed by all three of them. I guess I'm going to keep you here 2 more minutes just because we've been asked to give our initial impressions. I would say this: I relied heavily on the written presentations. Understanding this is a verbal presentation here, it's sort of a what kind of personalities are we dealing with. I really looked at the written presentations. I thought DPZ seemed to have done already quite a bit of exploration into our previous plans and our circumstances, and I thought I was impressed by that they seemed like they'd already done some work, more so than the other two. I think that they also set forth more precisely, although it was highly wordy, their process that they were going to go through. So I sort of understood that more than, and Household also did that in an ordered fashion. Again, much more than Smith Group did. But I suppose those are just a couple comments there. I thought they were all. I think we would probably do well with all of them, but it's a tough decision, and we're going to talk about some more. All right. Any other comments? Mr. Leal, you have anything to say? Or are you going to just sit there?
I'm going to sit here.
Okay. Very good. All right. Is there anything else on the table here we'd like to talk about tonight?
There is public comment portion of this segment of the meeting, the work session. So if you want to call it, although no one's here, you can officially call it. Since
I keep forgetting to do that, I will do it. We'll open the public comment section of the hearing or the work session. Would anybody like to come up? No, seeing none, we'll close this part of the meeting. Thank you. All right. Is there anything else?
Is there anything that any of you believe is necessary to obtain, that staff obtain for you to consider between now and the next meeting?
Well, I have a question. Is the staff going to give us advice themselves? And what is your role here? I mean, is that proper for the department to say, well, we heard all the presentations, we read all the presentations, and here's things that we'd like you to consider?
I may digest some of those and put some of those into a memo for you for next time.
Okay, it would be a public memo.
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. Very good. Mr. Curtis.
Yeah, so are we planning on trying to have a vote next meeting on what we think about our recommendation? Is that our goal for July meeting?
I would think so. That would be what I think.
Yeah.
Anybody else make comment on that? Certainly.
Okay, good.
Got to move the process.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that'll also allow for Ms. Beakey and for Mayor Fournier to also watch tonight's lengthy presentations and be present next month to have some input.
Yeah.
All right.
And just to be clear, that July meeting would be on the 12th, correct?
Second Tuesday of the month. If that is the 12th, yes, it is, because the zoning board's on the 14th.
Okay, just want to make sure. Because the previous week I'm out of town, so I want to make sure I'm going to be here.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Last chance to pipe up. Anybody? Mr. Cantina.
I guess I'll make one more comment, just for everybody's consideration. I know the total cost of all three proposals is relatively the same, but one big differentiator, if you recall, was the Smith Group proposal was extremely front-loaded in their pay structure in terms of when they got the big chunks of money as related to the process. So just something I wanted to reiterate in case people maybe forgot about that.
Okay, and I appreciate that comment. I'm not going to talk about it now, but I wondered about the contracting process. Once a candidate is selected, I assume that Mr. Leal here and his people are going to work with City Commission, and there's no contract in these proposals, so everything I would think is negotiable.
And that is correct. The question is, how much are they willing to negotiate? That's always what it comes down to, but yes.
Okay. That's okay. Anything else from anybody?
I had one,
Absolutely.
just a suggestion as far as like the meeting for next month. I mean, granted that this is a very important topic for the community that's going to impact the way the zoning ordinances develop afterwards, how the city's going to look like. I think it really deserves from all of you in making that recommendation to the City Commission, since you are the experts on the planning and they rely on your input to really have a very good discussion. And I'd like the work session format that Joseph had at this meeting, but I would suggest, so that you don't get burnt out from the other items on that meeting, you may want to have the work session precede your general meeting so that all of you are fresh, can come in and really get into the work session before getting into your regular meeting. I think that would be more productive use of your time. And when you are ready to really dig into it, my concern is that if you have the other items and then you get to this item towards the end, you might not be clicking on all cylinders. I mean, it's late in the day. It'll be late in the day and we all work during the day or do other things. So I think that maybe having the work session preceding your general meeting, and you will have would be very beneficial, then you will have an agenda item in the general meeting that would be approving the item. So you would have an action item in the regular meeting, but your work session is where you really get to discuss. The public isn't here waiting for their items to come up. So I think it would be very beneficial for you to have a format like that. That's a suggestion that I have for you. It's something that, a practice that I bring from my previous community to here.
Okay, so I just point of clarification, and so we would have a work session to discuss the three candidates.
Yes.
And debate that amongst ourselves.
Yes.
That would include a public comment section?
You could. You could have that.
Because then we will close the work session, go to the regular meeting, and in the regular meeting, we could have the first item of new business could be the recommendation. And would there also be another public comment on that item at that meeting? Just I'm trying to.
And you can. I mean, I don't see what you would need two different public comments, since it's all on one agenda item. It's a work session, then you roll into the regular session. But if you wish to have two public comments, that's fine.
If it's up to us, then we should probably pick one or the other. In fact, I would probably pick it in the work session because it's a little less formal, I guess. Well, everything's the same, but that way when we get into the meeting, we just take the vote. But
exactly,
the back and forth, I think, would be probably better to have in the work session. That's just my thought. If that's where.
Or you could have the public comment precede the action item. If anybody is here and they want to speak on this or any other items, they would have the opportunity to do that preceding all your other agenda items, if you want.
Okay. Well, I suppose
on the regular session.
If somebody's interested, they would be here for the work session to listen to us, I suppose.
Yes.
Mr. Cantina.
So I was just thinking, if we did it in that order, we did a work session without public comment, and if someone were here and reserved the public comment for that first action item of the regular session, that would at least give any members of the public that were here the opportunity to make public comment after having heard the discussion during the work session.
Yes.
If there's public comment during the work session, I guess in order, if it happens before or after our discussion, they may not have the benefit of our discussions before they make their public comment. So I'd be in favor of not having public comment during the work session, having that be the first regular agenda item, public comment then, and then we take a vote.
All right.
I tend to support that.
All right.
That makes sense.
Okay. Sounds like there's a groundswell of support for that approach.
We can structure the meeting in that capacity. Do you want to have a work session at 6 p.m. or do you want to have a work session at the standard 7 o'clock hour?
Well, okay, that that raises another question. What if our discussion only lasts 20 minutes? It probably lasts longer than that, but let's say it lasts 30 minutes and we take a 30-minute break. Okay, well, I'm in favor of starting at 6 o'clock myself, but I don't think it's going to take us an hour. Do you?
6:30.
Oh, I like that, 6:30. Okay. All right, we got a plan mapped out.
So we'll have a 6:30 work session. 7 o'clock standard meeting, a regularly held meeting with public comment at the front of the meeting as opposed to the standard end.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. Don't we usually have public comment on any item that allows?
I was thinking of a different board. It's late. Public comment is at the, yes, you're about your rules of procedure, the public comment on non-agenda items.
Right, but it would be an agenda item, so it wouldn't be a non-agenda item.
Right.
Mr. Curtis.
Is the chair entertaining any motion to adjourn at this stage?
I think we've got to the point where we've got a plan, so I would entertain.
Well, I'd
a
like to
motion.
make that motion.
All right. Second, all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Shut these down.
Third is not always